government, I think, are incredibly important. There are questions about the best way to do that. At the moment, the UKHSA are the lead in government on doing this work and can pull in external groups, and you'd be well placed to speak to them. I believe you're speaking to them later. I think the challenges of a separate agency are that it would still need to pull in everybody in government, get us all working together, so it creates an additional structure alongside perhaps the UKHSA. So I think the challenge would be, how do you get the best, most streamlined structure to achieve those objectives? Wherever it sits, it needs to pull in external expertise from across government, Government Office for Science, the manufacturing work we do. So I think that as long as the outcomes are clear, there is a simplicity to it staying in UKHSA, but I do understand the arguments being made for the agency.
Yeah, I suppose the point is that you don't want to be pulling in these experts when the pandemic is already here. You want these systems and processes to be kept warm and to be running in the background and making sure that they're looking at the capability of the UK, what may be the next threat. You will have heard the evidence that Lord Sharma gave last week. The idea of a national vaccines agency was put to him, and he suggested the creation of a vaccine expert advisory panel, not as formal as a national vaccines agency, but a body which comprises industry experts, ministers and civil servants meeting regularly, horizon scanning, and making recommendations for investment. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Again, I can see the benefits. I would want to, in the interests of making sure government is pulling together all the existing groups, we have some excellent external advisory groups for life sciences investment at the moment. So I'd want to make sure if we set something up, and I can see the benefits, we are complementing, not duplicating, particularly where we're using incredibly busy people's time. Clearly, ensuring we're horizon scanning has huge benefits. So I think that I do agree with the objectives. I think pulling in external people is always useful. UKHSA will have their views, but I think I would note we have some very good relationships, including a Life Sciences Council, with the life sciences industry. Now, I know that's not specifically on the vaccines, but I'd want to make sure we were making the most of those as we were thinking about what we do on vaccines specifically.
Next topic, the remit of the VTF, insofar as it related to therapeutics and antibodies. The inquiry has seen some correspondence, some debate about whether therapeutics would fall within the scope of the VTF's work, and it didn't end up falling within the ambit of the VTF. Can you help us with why therapeutics were not involved in the remit of the VTF?
So my understanding was there was a discussion about ensuring the focus of the Vaccines Task Force, and you'll have seen the various email exchanges. With hindsight, one of the benefits of the VTF was it was very focused on a vaccine. I think the concern at the time and the conversation at the time was, how do we ensure we achieve the outcomes best, and what's the best setup to make sure we do that? And ultimately, the view was therapeutics would sit better with the Department for Health and Social Care, partly also because of some of the nature of the work there sat better with that department.
Vaccines won't be effective for everyone, immunosuppressed people and clinically vulnerable people, for example, and we're going to come on to antibodies and Evusheld in a moment. But on the issue of therapeutics more generally, was their exclusion from the remit of the VTF reflective of a lower priority being given to them?
That's certainly not my understanding. I think it was much more, from my understanding of the conversations I was involved in or heard about, how do we make sure we set this up for success and ensure that both get the focus that they need, rather than perhaps being diluted by being in the same, being put together.
Antibodies did remain in scope for the VTF, and that included work on the prophylactic antibody therapy Evusheld, and that was intended for around 500,000 immunocompromised individuals who would not obtain much benefit from vaccination. Evusheld was not purchased, and last week the inquiry heard evidence from the clinically vulnerable families witness Lara Wong, who explained that immunosuppressed people were left locked inside their houses while a large proportion of the population were freed by virtue of the vaccine rollout. Was sufficient priority given to ensuring protection for immunosuppressed people in your view? What should we do to prepare for the next pandemic to ensure that such people are looked after?
So the inclusion of antibodies in the Vaccines Task Force partly reflected that sense from the beginning that it would be important for immunocompromised people, vulnerable people for whom the vaccine might be less effective, to make sure that was part of the thinking on vaccines. And of course, lots of links with therapeutics. Others will be better placed to talk about whether the focus was sufficient, but certainly in the conception of it, it was there at the start. Clearly the impact and the way that it worked in practice for many people was not what we would have wanted it to be.
And what are we doing now to ensure that when the next pandemic hits, those people are sufficiently prioritised?
So others will be better placed to say as they're putting together those plans, certainly from the work that I'm doing, because we've got that portfolio of investments in manufacturing, for example, including thinking about antibodies. That is part of it. There are clearly some lessons from what worked well and what worked less well. But others will be better placed to tell you more about what that would look like for the future.
I've almost finished my questions, Ms. Jones. The last thing I want to ask you about is the Advanced Research and Invention Agency, or ARIA, which is an executive non-departmental public body sponsored by DCIT.
That's correct.
And could you tell us, please, with how DCIT is working with ARIA, if it is at all, on ensuring pandemic preparedness in relation to vaccines and therapeutics?
ARIA was set up in recognition that it is difficult to take big risks with government funding for research, because inevitably when people do take risks and projects fail, we ask them why they failed. ARIA was set up with an Act of Parliament to be able to take risks, let things fail fast, and determine its own research agenda. So at the moment, its work, which is determined by the chief executive and the programme directors they've recruited, is focusing on a number of areas: programmable plants, robotics. None of those are directly relevant to the pandemic or to vaccines. There may be areas of work that emerge, but they're explicitly set up to explore areas which they think have real potential and are not currently being explored, riskier areas. UK Research and Innovation are the area which we do direct far more as government. And as I said, they've got one of their 5 strategic themes is tackling infections. They're doing a lot of work on this. So ARIA might help. We don't know, because that's not our role to direct them. UK Research and Innovation, we do, and we do with the National Institute for Health Research, and they are both working on these issues.
My lady, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mansell. Mr. Wilcock.
Good morning, Ms Jones. I ask questions on behalf of the Northern Ireland COVID bereaved Families for Justice, and accordingly, I want to ask you some questions about the involvement of the devolved administrations in the Vaccine Task Force. Now, paragraph 57 of your statement, you say, having reviewed the papers from this early period, it appears that devolved administration involvement in the genesis of the Vaccine Task Force was limited, most likely because of the pace required to set up the Vaccine Task Force and to start its work, as well as the initially very limited resources available. So can you tell us what involvement there actually was from the devolved administrations in the Vaccine Task Force in the early phase that you were referring to?
There was very limited involvement. We did talk to colleagues from across the UK. UKRI is a cross-UK organisation, but we didn't work specifically with colleagues from the devolved administrations.
And could you tell us what UKRI is? Certainly tell me what
I'm
it is.
sorry. It's UK Research and Innovation, so it's
Right.
the organisation that works on research right across the UK.
Right, but there was no specific contact with the devolved
No,
administrations.
there was not.
And then it may be obvious, but could you just tell us a bit more about why it was that the pace of the work and the limited available resources restricted the involvement of the devolved administrations in the genesis of the task force?
Initially, there were two of us working on the vaccines task force, and it expanded rapidly, but with a number of demands on time. I think this is one of the lessons that I would say we should learn about making sure as we're setting something up, who do we talk to? I know there were conversations that were happening within the devolved administrations. We didn't join them up. We were so focused on moving rapidly to get an advisory board set up, get a programme board. So I think that was something I would want to learn for the future, but it was very much two of us in the first week, getting the team built and trying to deliver as fast as possible.
Well, that's very clear, and thank you for your recommendation as well. I'm sure the Chair will consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Wilcott. Thank you very much indeed, Ms Jones. I'm extremely grateful, obviously, for the work you did in helping to get the vaccine task force going, and also for your help in this inquiry. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
My lady, the next witness is Professor Sir Whitty.
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but
and
the
nothing
truth.
but the truth.
Professor Whitty, we continue our demands upon your time, but I gather that you've got even greater demands on your time now, acting as interim permanent secretary.
But I think today I'm answering only as Chief Medical Officer.
You are.
You know the ropes, Professor. Could you commence, please, by giving us your full name?
Christopher Whitty.
Thank you very much. Professor, this is, of course, the fourth time that you will have given evidence in this inquiry. We're also extremely conscious of the burden on you, especially given your many other commitments. So our thanks, of course, for your assistance. And you've produced a further witness statement for the inquiry, 474401, dated October 24, some 88 pages. Professor, it was not a foregone conclusion that the United Kingdom or any country would find and develop an acceptably safe vaccine, let alone deliver it at population level. And the Therapeutics programme, whilst it didn't lead to a general prophylactic treatment being made available, a prophylactic therapeutic or treatment being made available, led to a number of repurposed medicines being authorised, in particular the life-saving dexamethasone, as well as two important new treatment drugs. So on I think, a fairly sensible view, there was very considerable success in both programmes. That was the product of a vast amount of work, dedication and attention on the part of a very substantial number of government bodies, entities, advisory committees, scientists, epidemiologists, researchers, academics and the like. Is that a fair summary?
It's a very fair summary, and I think we should all pay huge tribute, in fact, to not only the scientists in the UK and internationally, and prior to the pandemic who worked on this, many people, as you say, who came in to advise government from academia, from industry and elsewhere, but I think above all to the people who volunteered. Over 1 million people in the UK volunteered for clinical trials and other studies, and that was really what drove this, and it's that volunteer spirit which I think underlies many of the successes that you outline.
And of course, credit must also go to the manufacturers and to the bodies and organisations, the national health, social care bodies, public health agencies, local, charitable and military organisations which helped with the delivery of the vaccine.
It was an extraordinary logistical effort by the NHS and many others, yes.
Yes. You remain the Chief Medical Officer for England.
Yes.
And you were appointed on the 1st of October 2019. And the CMO is the UK government's principal medical advisor and professional head of the public health profession, and indeed the medical profession in England. We heard a bit about the extent of the role of the Chief Medical Officer and of the Office of the Chief Medical Officer in Module 2 and 3, but essentially you provided public health and clinical advice to ministers, including the Prime Minister, to the DHSC and officials across government. You were, however, the Chief Medical Officer for England. Are there Chief Medical Officers for the devolved administrations?
There are, and for most of the functions of the Chief Medical Officer, they are devolved entirely to Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales. There are a few exceptions, of which the most important is international issues, which remain a UK competence.
In very brief outline, did you, as the CMO, remain in lockstep with the other UK CMOs throughout the course of the pandemic?
I think we did, and I think most people would recognise that that was the case. We were in very close contact, often daily, to ensure that, I think this had two advantages. It ensured that we could give advice that was similar technically to ministers, different nations who could then take their own policy approaches. It also actually allowed us to test one another's thinking because they are all very experienced public health and clinical experts.
And did you and your fellow CMOs advise repeatedly on many aspects of the pandemic, in particular the clinical aspects, from issues such as writing to clinicians about treatment and vaccines, issuing therapeutic alerts, highlighting the discovery of new repurposed or new treatments? We'll see in due course. Frequently, you were asked to give advice on areas such as the prioritization of particular cohorts. From a clinical perspective, you gave advice on whether or not children and young persons should be vaccinated, the dosage intervals, the definition of frontline health and care workers. The list appears endless. You had a very wide remit, in truth.
Yes, I mean, it was, many people working had a very wide remit, but I think that we felt it was very important that the public, the medical profession and political leaders were hearing similar technical and clinical advice. We also thought that on a few occasions it was important to demonstrate that by doing joint statements, and for particularly difficult issues we were joined by the excellent Deputy Chief Medical Officers who brought a range of additional skills and experiences. You'll be hearing, obviously, from two today. I think the body of Chief Medical Officers and Deputy Chief Medical Officers, alongside in England, the NHS Medical Director, so Sir Steve Powis, and as you've heard, we were exceptionally fortunate to have Sir Patrick Vallance, who's also a clinical leader of great expertise in addition. So there was a group of people who were collectively trying to wrestle with the difficult problems and come to collective decisions.
It is self-evident that a major piece in the pandemic jigsaw was and remains the National Health Service. You refer in your statement to the great important feature of the NHS, or one of its features, is that it provides a centralised health delivery system. So obviously in the context of delivering vaccines, having a centralised NHS system is of great import. The NHS played a critical role in other areas, did it not, as well? Firstly, by having patients in NHS hospitals and also attending GPs and in other places where they might receive therapeutics, those patients were able to be the subject of a very extensive trialling of therapeutics. Is that right?
That is right, and I think the UK had several advantages in this area, but I'd like to highlight three because I think they are important for the future. The first is that having a single provider of almost all medical services, there is obviously a private sector, but it's almost all medical services, and then alongside that having very central national research funding capacity provided a kind of a core function which was joined up across the whole system. I think the second is that it was possible to set up trials extremely rapidly across the whole of the NHS. And to be clear, much of the recruitment, in fact, most of the recruitment was in peripheral hospitals, district general hospitals, rather than just in the big teaching hospitals, as I think is often the case. And as we moved into work in general practice, there were general practitioners involved as well. And that, I think, is possible to do because of a central arrangement. The third is there is a very strong tradition, both on the part of clinicians and on the part of the public, of taking part in clinical trials. And we were able to say, and I said with, and you'll probably have seen this with many of my colleagues on several occasions, look, we do not think it is sensible to be using drugs that are unknown in terms of their effects on this disease out with clinical trials. If you want to know about a drug, put people into clinical trials. And people did that overwhelmingly. Clinicians in the UK did that, which allowed us to do this. So this combination of the volunteer spirit of the public, strong tradition of research in the periphery and central direction, which I think the UK is very fortunate in.
Could you say something also, please, about another aspect of the NHS and having a centralised health system, which is the provision of data? From your witness statement, it's obvious that there are a number of observational studies set up to do with the NHS. Siren was a study of NHS workers. COSIN was a clinical information network based around hospitals. There were a number of other surveys, and it's obvious from the written documents before the inquiry that it was essential that persons carrying out research and development and trials could have an accurate understanding of NHS data and what the response to the trials was, but also that NHS systems correctly recorded and evidenced the take-up of vaccines and therapeutics. So who was receiving vaccines and therapeutics and who wasn't? Who was registered with GPs for learning disabilities, for example, or registered as a migrant, so that we would know where they were and whether they were available to be offered a vaccine. In what general state do you assess the data systems based upon the NHS are in?
I think we entered the pandemic with a very large amount of data in a very fragmented state. And part of the problems we had in the first 3 to 4 months was that corralling the data so you can link different bits of data together was extremely difficult. There were legal mechanisms to do so, which overrode previous mechanisms that you use with an emergency, and they were brought into force. But I think all of us would agree that this fragmentation of data was a weakness in our system that caused us problems really in several domains, not just in research, but including in research. Once that had come together, once we had the data linked up much more thoroughly, that was very central to our ability to do both observational studies and indeed do sort of passive follow-up of people who'd been in clinical trials, and as you say, to identify people who might be at risk and might need particular treatment. So bringing together data more effectively is absolutely essential. I regret to say I think we have slipped backwards since our time in the pandemic in terms of bringing data together. So I think we are now in a less good and more fragmented place than we were in the middle of the pandemic. Probably better.
And could you expand on that? Is that because the structural systems have not been put into place to maintain that flow of data, or is it because it just so happens there are now fewer observational studies being carried out, fewer trials, and therefore less recourse or less need to have recourse to the data?
I think that what happened during the pandemic is people overcame both a set of procedural and functional barriers, and also the legal structure which allowed data to be shared changed because there was a direction, because there was an emergency from government. And we've now gone back to a non-emergency setting. So firstly, the legal framework is back to where we were previously, and I consider that's actually regrettable. I think it is much more sensible we share data across the NHS. We can go into the details of that, but I suspect that's probably a little bit too small print, but the general principle is right. And then I think that has always been a difficulty in, for example, linking up primary care data, general practice data, with secondary care data. This is not good for patient treatment on an individual basis, and you can end up with someone going to several different settings, and data which is held in one place is not held in another. That's potentially dangerous, certainly a problem. It's not good for the organisation of the NHS because it means that we have a much more ineffective structure, and it's not good for research, which of course is central here. So my view is one of the things we absolutely should be trying to do is routinely join up data across the system. And then, of course, if any emergency hits, not just a pandemic, but any other emergency, that allows for a much more quick and effective understanding. But at its peak, from about 3 to 4 months into the pandemic until about 2.5 years in, I would say it was an extraordinary demonstration of the power of the system, both to run more effectively and to conduct research very, very fast if those data are integrated. So I would hope that this is something the inquiry might want to explore as a recommendation.
You described the fragmentation as a weakness. Some would argue it's also the opposite. The other side of the coin is, and we're missing a trick because it could be one of the great strengths.
Completely agree, Manady. So if I could just, if people are interested in this, Professor Cathy Sudlow did a review of this, which I think summarises many of the things I think should need to be done. That came out this year. And
she carried out a review, in fact, on the subject of health data and the systems for their provision.
Yeah. And I think if many of those recommendations are taken forward, that would put us in a much better place, not just in emergencies, but including in emergencies.
My lady, that's an issue which will be raised with your experts. Just two final angles on the question of data. From the witness statements from the MHRA and the JCVI, it's clear that that accurate data is also of great importance when it comes to the issue of safety, because when side effects may emerge and are reported, it's absolutely vital to be able to dig down at speed into the nature of the medical condition which has been encountered in order to be able to see what treatment has been given, also what symptoms are apparent, both at GP level and by way of secondary care. So having an accurate, comprehensive data system is also very relevant to safety.
That is absolutely right. And in particular, that is important for rare but important side effects. Yes. Because the danger is otherwise a doctor in York will see it one day and a doctor in Shrewsbury will see it the next day, and each one of them only sees one case and doesn't put the pattern together. The faster you can actually put all these pieces of information together, the faster you will pick up something which is important but rare.
And health data is also vital, is it not, on the issue of delivery and vaccine hesitancy, because the more you know about everybody's medical conditions and why they might have a level of distrust in government or be hesitant or lack confidence in terms of taking up vaccines, the better.
That is absolutely right. I think that does, though, raise, and it's an important issue, really, the one, I think, legitimate counter-argument. I think there are many less legitimate counter-arguments, and that is that people are very nervous about their data being shared for reasons that they don't know and don't agree with. And you do have to get that balance right. You have to both be able to guarantee the security of the data, but you also have to make sure that this is being used for purposes that people would want it to be used for. But if all the surveys data, all the times people are asked these questions, people are overwhelmingly in favour of data being used for their own health benefit, for the NHS to be more effective, and for the benefit of the future patients in the NHS through research. All of these are, I think, things where the public is overwhelmingly supportive.
Funding. From October 19 till August 21, you were also the Chief Scientific Advisor at the DHSC, and that meant that you were also the head, the CEO equivalent of the National Institute for Health Research, now called the National Institute for Health and Care Research, NIHR. That is the main government funder of applied research in health and social care. And in your statement, you say it's one of the largest government funders of medical, public health and care research in Europe. By way of example, was it the NIHR that funded pre-pandemic research into the work being carried on at, I think, Oxford, and also at Imperial under Robin Shattuck? Is that right?
Well, there are two slightly separate things, although I was in fact responsible for both of them. That funding was different, and that came from something called the UK Vaccines Network.
The UKVN, all right,
UK,
well, we'll come back to that in a moment. Maybe I've got the example wrong.
Yes, but the general principle is absolutely right, that the great majority of, in a sense, the more practical research, more clinical end of research is done by NHR. It's probably just worth me just pausing on the difference in NHR and the Medical Research Council, unless you're coming to it later.
I'm going to come to that.
Fine.
Another important body is the UKRI. We heard about that from the previous witness. It's a non-departmental public body sponsored, I think, by DSIT, and it's a public research funder, so not just health and social care, and it has a very significant budget, around about £9 billion a year. And that brings together, you've just mentioned it, the Medical Research Council, 7 of them, and I think another couple of bodies, including Research England. And before I put my question, there was also the UK Vaccine Network, which you chaired from its inception in 2015, which is designed to support the development of vaccines and vaccine technology. There appear, therefore, to be a number of very significant players in the funding field. Is it your assessment, however, that having a number of disparate bodies and different funding flows in no way held up what appears to be the very generous and rapid provision of funding in the face of the pandemic?
Well, the first thing to say is that UKRI, for almost all other areas apart from health, would cover all the research from the most basic, the most fundamental research, laboratory and so on, through to the most applied. Health happens to be split in two, so the fundamental research, the basic research, is funded principally through the Medical Research Council, and the applied research is funded principally through NIHR. That's a bit of an accident of history, but it seems to work pretty well, and the reason for that is there are coordination mechanisms between the two, and they existed prior to the pandemic, but it allowed us then to move essentially as one during the pandemic, and almost all the calls that were put out were jointly put out by NIHR and UKRI, mainly, but not exclusively, the Medical Research Council and also Innovate UK. It allowed us to put these out as joint calls, and that has two advantages. It means that the sums available are larger because we're putting from two budgets, but also this also attracts different academics who tend to look to the Medical Research Council or NIHR as their principal funder. So I think it had some, overall the system worked. It could have not, but it did. So I think I would chalk that down as a relative success in the funding sphere.
Right, that's very clear. So we needn't, I think, focus any more attention on that.
Are you moving on, Mr. Keith?
Yes, Melanie.
In which case, would that...
Yes, a very convenient point.
Very well. We'll break for 15 minutes. Back at 12. Mr. Keith.
Professor, we've been discussing in a very broad sense the issue of the trials that were carried out. And I referred also, you'll recall, to the different issue of observational studies. And I mentioned, I think, Vivaldi, Siren and Cosin. You've given very helpful evidence about the nature of the funding that was available for trials. Was there also generous funding or appropriate funding available for the observational studies that were carried out, of which there were very many?
I think that the UK contributed hugely, actually, in the context of observational studies. And as you say, these covered a very wide range. So just to take the three which you've mentioned, the Siren study was following up healthcare workers repeatedly over time, and that allowed us to look at healthy younger people. The Vivaldi study, by contrast, was working in care homes and was looking at what happens to older people, people who are disabled, and in particular. The Cosin was looking in particular at people who had severe disease in hospitals, and it was observing what happened over time. And from that, you could learn clinical lessons and public health lessons that allowed us to improve the response overall. If you look around the world at people citing observational studies, the UK studies, I think, were very central to the thinking of very many other countries which were unable to mount this kind of comprehensive observational response.
And give us some understanding, if you'd be so kind, of the scale of these studies. Siren, for example, roughly how many hospital sites were engaged in that survey? How many tens of thousands of participants?
I wouldn't be very roughly. We're talking about many thousands of people overall were involved in each of these studies, at different sizes depending on which ones they were involved. But I'd need to check the exact numbers.
There were a very significant number of advisory committees constituted, but perhaps some were already in existence, certainly some were constituted, to advise, in particular in relation to what therapeutics should be researched, trialled, and if appropriate, procured by initially the Therapeutics Task Force, latterly the Antiviral Task Force, and then the combined Therapeutics and Antiviral Task Force. There was a nerve tag committee, there's the DHS Standing Committee, there was a Covid-19 Therapeutic Subcommittee, a Covid-19 Therapeutic Advisory Panel, a Clinical Review Panel. There was a group specialising in neutralising monoclonal antibodies and antivirals. That was the Access Independent Advisory Group, a prophylaxis oversight group, and the very important committee, the Rapid C19 Committee, which was also concerned with therapeutics. Is it your overall assessment that the committee structure, the advisory structure, the administrative structures which were formed to be able to badge the correct trials and studies, to give authority for them to be funded, for decisions to be made as to what would be trialled and studied, and of course, ultimately, what should then move forward for procurement? Do you think the structure is right in terms of the sheer number of bodies, or is there room for some rationalisation here?
I think that, in a sense, the test is always how well did the system work against realistic expectations. And I think I would sort of divide it into three different broad areas, and two of them I think it worked really well, one I think it worked less well. The first area where I think it worked extremely well was in both observational study and repurposing drugs that were already existing for trials. I think we got off the ground in the UK extraordinarily quickly and picked up the majority of the drugs which, when repurposed, actually lead to a better outcome. Others around the world also did so, but I think that
May I just pause you there, and will you just explain for us, please, what is a repurposed drug?
Apologies, no, that's a very important point. So when we were looking at the start of the pandemic, what has usually happened in most infections is you find that some drugs, which we already have used for another reason, can also produce a positive benefit for patients. Now, that could be because they actually attack the underlying infection, so they have an effect on the virus. But it could also be that they have an effect on the way the body responds to the virus. And in COVID, the most important of those was what's called immunomodulatory drugs. So these are ones that dampen down bits of the immune system. And several of the drugs, dexamethasone's already been raised, but there were several others that we found worked, were from those classes of drugs. So they weren't actually affecting the infection directly. What they were doing was protecting the body from essentially its own response to that.
But they weren't new drugs.
They were not.
Drugs which were already in use, had been authorised by the MHRA, and which were being made available by clinicians and obviously through the NHS, but which were then reauthorised for a different purpose when their benefits became apparent.
Yes, and in fact, I mean, you can use, so it is much better to use a drug within its license, what's called within its license, what that MHRA has said you should use it for, but it is perfectly reasonable medical practice to use a drug that is licensed, so you know that it's well manufactured, you know its side effects, and have a lot of other information about it, but for a slightly different purpose.
That's off-label use.
That's what's called off-label use. Right. But it is important they've had a license somewhere, so you have that basic information.
All right. So that's repurposed drugs, and that was an area which, in your assessment, the system worked very well.
I think you know, if you ask anyone internationally, I think they would say the UK was probably the leading or one of the leading countries in doing these studies of repurposed drugs. Yes.
You were then going to identify other areas which perhaps
well, I think the second one where I think it worked fine was on the actually procuring and getting hold of drugs for use, and you know, we were pretty confident for most of the drugs that were repurposed that we had a reasonably good supply all the way through the pandemic, despite the fact there was international competition for them. So although it looks a slightly Byzantine system, the fact is it did the job it was supposed to do. I think the area where legitimately I think we need to look again at getting it right was how we chose drugs for what's called phase 1 and phase 2 studies. These are ones which are new drugs going into patients for the first time. And that system, I think, got off to a slightly shaky start, if I'm honest. I don't think it made any difference in the long run for reasons I can go into if it would be helpful. But I think if we were to rerun the whole response again, in the great majority of the research and drug and vaccine areas, I would say we did probably as well as we reasonably could have against realistic expectations. I think in this area it was less strong. And I think we recognise that, for example, in the technical report, which I know you've read and have referred to.
So your technical report was a report prepared by yourself and your fellow CMOs and DCMOs.
And Sir Patrick Vallance.
And Sir Patrick Vallance, and I think an element of the NHS, perhaps.
Correct, yeah. So Steve
But you set out your particularly expert views on various aspects of the pandemic and the response. And there was a chapter on vaccines and therapeutics, and you make a number of recommendations as to how the system perhaps could be better run in the future. But one of the most important points you make is that overall, the phase 1 and 2 trial processes were perhaps better, were less well managed and coordinated than the 3 and 4 phases.
I think they settled down to actually be quite well coordinated. So Patrick Chinnery, who was at the Medical Research Council, now runs the Medical Research Council, ended up leading that process, and I think did it very well, with many colleagues supporting him from across science. But I think it was a less assured start than we had in the vaccines and in the repurposed drugs, for sure. That said, and I think this is a very important caveat, and I hope you will allow me just to digress, because it's an important digression. The reason that, in my view, we were less successful internationally on this area was there simply wasn't the science to underpin drugs going into treatment for coronaviruses in the way that we were able to identify ways to get vaccines moving, and we were able to get a repurposing of drugs moving.
So it was a much more difficult field
It was a
in
much
which
more
to
difficult
make progress.
Exactly, and I think that therefore, in my view, the fundamental problem was actually that the pre-pandemic science was weaker in this area, rather than the particular operations, although I think the operations could have been improved in the first couple of months. They then, as I say, settled down.
But one might say, of course, that there was a complete absence of scientific foundation for the successful development of vaccines. So that would have posed problems that were no less significant.
That was a very different situation, because you had some vaccines already being developed for coronaviruses. For example, the UK Vaccines Network had supported Sarah Gilbert's team in Oxford to look at that. MERS is a coronavirus, which they were working on. They swung it over. There was a lot of work internationally on different vaccine platforms, including RNA, which had never been used for a major infection before, including viral vectored, which the Oxford one was, which had only been used in relatively limited circumstances before. And so there was a lot of pre-existing work that was swung over to COVID and was appropriate for COVID, as it turned out. That wasn't a given, to be clear. So that wasn't true for drugs.
So there was much less pre-existing research on the important areas of therapeutic medicine, which ultimately proved to be of assistance, but in particular in relation to monoclonal antibodies and the general issue of antivirals, that there wasn't that pre-existing research which allowed the system to be redirected towards producing antivirals and therapeutic antibodies for COVID.
Yeah, like therapeutic antibodies, there was an existing large scientific literature on that. But the antivirals, what's called the small molecules, which are the things that aren't antibodies for the sake of argument, we have many fewer good classes of antiviral than we do, for example, antibiotics, and we do in many other areas of medicine. So it's a relative area of scientific weakness. There are some diseases, HIV and hepatitis C, for example, where we do have a good group of drugs, but for many viruses we do not. And since we never had a major coronavirus outbreak that lasted for long enough, there was obviously MERS and SARS, we hadn't really invested in that for human studies. There were some studies in animals, but not in humans.
Not enough. The evidence before the inquiry, Professor, suggests that there were a number of disparate angles or aspects to the way in which we went about trying to carry out the trials for repurposed therapeutics as well as new therapeutics, in particular antivirals. Firstly, that there appears to be a debate within government as to whether or not the task force should be led by an external professional in the way that the vaccine task force was led by Dame Kate Bingham, and I think the antivirals task force was led by Eddie Gray. Secondly, that there has been since a debate about whether there should be a single body responsible for managing, coordinating, and keeping oversight of the therapeutic trial process. This is a suggestion that's been made by Professor Charlotte Dean at UKRI, a single body responsible for coordinating the trialling in light of the material about which I know you're familiar from Sir John Bell and others who said that the system was quite chaotic at the start. And thirdly, there needs to be more research and development on prototype antivirals. Are there any of those? Are there any particular recommendations in that list that you would put your not inconsiderable institutional weight behind?
So on the first two, I'm going to sound slightly heretical for someone in government on this, but I actually have always found the structures to be actually pretty secondary in terms of their effect. If you've got good people, the exact structures tend not to matter. You get very good people who work within the system who are half in, half out, like Sir John Bell, or are fully out, like Dame Kate Bingham. They all come in when there's an emergency, and the exact structures, as you have implied, both for vaccines and for therapeutics, the system was pretty complex. You wouldn't probably design it like that if you were doing an MBA course, but actually it worked. So I think I'm worried. I would be worried if we decided it was all a structural issue. On the third point you make, I completely agree with with that statement. And it's not I don't disagree with the previous ones. I just don't think they're fundamental. Whereas we have large groups of viruses where we do not have any serious prototype antivirals. And were those to become pandemic, and I think we should look in particular at ones that are important in animal species, birds and bats, in pigs, a variety of other ones. The diseases that are important in those animals and birds are the ones that are likely to cause future pandemics. And we really ought to look at those virus classes and ask the question, do we actually have things that could be, at least have the reasonable chance of having working for them? Yes.
It's very well known that pre-pandemic, of course, the government was guided very heavily by a 2011 influenza pandemic strategy, and that had provided for antivirals for flu. I think it's well known that there was there certainly was a very large stockpile of antivirals. I think the brand name is Tamiflu, is it? So there is a good availability of antivirals in the context of flu. But what you're saying is there needs to be more work done in terms of producing a library, if you like, of prototype antivirals that can be worked on in order to provide an antiviral for coronavirus or bird flu or whatever the specific pathogenic disease is that may next emerge. Yes,
and I think, Sir Jonathan Van-Tam is a particular expert in the antivirals of flu, amongst many other things, so you might want to ask him. But even for flu, despite the fact we have it the whole time, every year, and we have it as our top pandemic risk, actually the antivirals for flu are not very good. They are only moderately effective, and they would acquire resistance relatively rapidly, I think, were a pandemic to occur. So I think we should be clear that antivirals is an area in general where even where we've got a known risk to humans, where there's an extreme industrial interest in building it, a company that produced a very good anti-flu virus drug is going to benefit from that. We still have relative weakness. So as I say, antivirals is an area we are much weaker than we are both on vaccines and on antibiotics and other antiparasitics.
Can I press you on recommendation or suggested recommendation 2, which is a single body for keeping oversight over the therapeutic trial process? In your technical report, you make the points, I won't take you to them, but you'll be very familiar with them, points 2, 3 and 5 in this chapter. The need for faster and not too many trials, and also the use of existing research infrastructure whenever possible in order to make the system self-evidently flow better. Is there not anything that can be done to bring about those two very laudable aims which you identify? Making sure that trials, there are not too many trials, that it doesn't become a profusion of bodies tripping over each other in the haste to commence trials, and that also research infrastructure is utilised as well as possible. Doesn't that require a heightened degree of management?
So those two are linked. But if you think about what happened during COVID, and I think this was an example of things being done the right way, there was already existing a mechanism called UPF, which
is that the urgent?
Correct. It was
just
a public health badging, and what it was aiming to do was to say there is a limited. We only can run a certain number of trials in any particular group at one time. And therefore, there will have to be a fairly rough justice approach to saying we're only going to do a certain number of studies. Any more than that, the risk is, and this happened if I'm honest, this happened for most other countries that tried this. So the UK succeeded because we didn't do this. If you allow every single trial to start, none of them complete their necessary size, and you don't get results. So you have to have a smaller number. So it was a fairly ruthless process. You've seen that there was about 1,000 trials went into the hopper, and only 100 were badged, and that meant we could concentrate all our resources. So there was a mechanism for doing that, and ultimately I had to sign off on each of them. And then alongside that, we swung all of our trial capacity and other capacity that was available over to COVID and to these trials. Now, that had a huge advantage and a significant downside, which we should be very clear about. The big advantage was, therefore, because we had a pre-existing very strong system, of course divided between multiple diseases, we were able to build on that and just swing it over. And I think a repeated point that your ladyship referred multiple times is, if you're already strong, you've already got the foundations, you can swing it over to an emergency. If you don't have those foundations, you can't build it from scratch when the emergency starts. You can change things, what you can't do is build them de novo. The downside, and interestingly, even in the evidence you've received from some of the witnesses for this, things people mention this as if it wasn't a trade-off, is that we had to stop large amounts of other very important research, both from the commercial sector and from the academic sector and from charities. So work on cancer, work on indeed other infections, work on cardiovascular disease, all stopped to push all of our system over to COVID. Now, that benefited the world hugely. Some people have then said, well, it's appalling that the UK's ability to do clinical trials and all the other things went down in 2020, and isn't that demonstrating the UK doesn't care about trials? And you think, come on, guys, we've actually got one of the largest sets of very fast trials done incredibly professionally, used everywhere in the world, because we closed everything else down. But you can't have the one without the other. And I think that the learning from this that did surprise me, actually, was that re-standing those trials up again, we closed things down very fast and very effectively, and that gave us space to do all the studies that were needed for COVID. Re-standing the other studies back up took a lot longer than I think we anticipated. So it's taken us about 2.5 years from the time we've swung it around to get back to a point where everything's beginning to get back to a normal state. So there is a price to be paid because all the studies that were stopped were doing very important and useful things in other areas of medicine. So this is a trade-off, but I think in a national and international emergency like this, my own judgment is this was the right trade-off. But we shouldn't pretend there wasn't a price. There was a price.
And that it was easy, because it wasn't.
It was not easy, no.
But one final question, please, Professor. Notwithstanding the systems that were obviously in place for deciding which trials would proceed, and you've referred to the urgent public health badging system and the Office of the Chief Medical Officer, yourself and Sir Jonathan in particular were concerned in deciding what should proceed and what shouldn't. There is significant evidence, nevertheless, from Sir Jeremy Farrar, Professor Van-Tam himself in his own statement, Professor Sir John Bell, talking of a degree of dysfunctional planning, the many strong opinions and perhaps vested interests in this field, and on the part of Professor Sir John Bell, a splintering of the national programme for trials into different networks, difficulties, debates, disputes between the various parties, leading to then also ultimately, in practical terms, he describes a lamentable rate of recruitment. So there do appear to have been considerable problems in the running of this complex structure. Is there not a way in which in the future, when these trials will have to be reset and of course repurposed and sent in the direction that they need to be sent, that there appears to be a stronger degree of control or management?
I think that so I think firstly, let's separate out the phase 1-2 studies, where I think some of the things that Sir John and others have said,
yes, I'm concerned mostly with phase
some justification from all the other studies like Recovery, Principle, Panoramic. The list of trials that the UK did, CTAP, all of which were highly successful, properly coordinated. Actually, the UK had the largest portfolio per head of population of trials anywhere in the world that came to conclusion and had multiple outputs. So I don't want people to take from
Sir
what
John
you
Bell
said.
was talking about phase 1 and 2, and they're all concerned with phases.
Now, phase 1 and 2 studies, in my view, so there was a dispute at the beginning, if I'm honest. At the beginning of module 2 and 1 and 2, you worried about groupthink. This is not one of our moments of groupthink, and several people had strong opinions, several of whom have given evidence to you about what the right way to proceed was. The reality was that phase 1 and 2 studies really depend on there being good products to put into them. And the fundamental problem actually was we didn't have very many antivirals to put into the system. If we had, I think the system would have shaken down quite fast. So what you then had was large numbers of groups who are quite disparate, you're right. They tend to be academic groups and or companies, but with academic links, mainly in the teaching hospitals. Very different kind of model to where we had for all the repurposed drugs, where the majority of the recruitment was done in district general hospitals, and I think that was important for lots of reasons. Would we have produced a different result had there been a different way of running it? Ultimately, the answer is no, because the drugs weren't there. And
the science just wasn't.
The science simply wasn't there. And if it had been that the UK was doing poorly in this area, and there were really good studies being done in the US and China and Italy, that would be different. But actually, we didn't end up at the end of COVID. We didn't end up with a large portfolio of good antivirals for coronaviruses, unfortunately. So the science simply wasn't there on an international level, in my view. That's not to say that there wasn't some melee at the beginning. I accept that point, but I don't think it had any practical outcomes in reality.
And there's nothing that immediately springs to mind in terms of ensuring that the degree of melee is reduced next time.
You're always going to get bits and bobs. It was quite short-lived, and people, these are all people who like and respect one another. They just had different versions of how to get from A to B.
Yes, like every profession in the industry, I expect.
I'm told, yes.
So there's a number of discrete areas, Professor, which have been raised particularly by the core participant groups, and I want to just put some of them to you, given the almost unique position in which the Chief Medical Officer is placed, and in particular in terms of the response to the pandemic. The first issue concerns the extent to which pregnant or breastfeeding women could take part in the vaccine trials, and the extent to which, as a result of their absence from those trials, the JCVI advised in December 2020 that there was insufficient evidence to recommend routine use. Obviously, latterly, the advice changed, and pregnant and breastfeeding women were told, but pregnant women in particular were told that they should be offered and could be offered the vaccines. In hindsight, do you think the messaging that went out generally in relation to pregnant women could have been better formulated in December 2020? It does rather appear as if such a negative tone was adopted that it was extremely difficult thereafter to engender sufficient levels of trust and confidence on the part of pregnant women that they would take up the offer that they were subsequently given.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of force to that argument, actually. I think that the judgment was a perfectly reasonable one, but the way that it was phrased and the way that it was communicated, I think, made it much harder when subsequently we were confident, A, that this was a safe thing to do relative to the risk of infection, and B, that pregnant women and therefore their unborn children additionally were coming to harm because of COVID, preventably because of not being vaccinated. I think if we'd written it differently, when I say we, I wasn't involved directly, but I ultimately should take responsibility as a CMO for not spotting this. I think it would have made it easier to make that transition. I think that though there are two other problems that go alongside this that probably are worth highlighting. In the first of which is there is an automatic assumption that pregnant women will be excluded from trials until it's proved that a drug is safe, and under ordinary circumstances that makes some sense, and people constantly think back to and worry about legitimately issues around, for example, thalidomide and wanting to get this right, never having that repeated. In an emergency like this, the risk-benefit does change, and I think we should have probably been more careful on that. On drugs, we were much more careful to make sure that pregnant women and indeed young children, who are often also excluded, were included. Lucy Chappell, for example, Professor Lucy Chappell, who's now Chief Scientific Advisor, did a very good job on the pregnancy with recovery. So I think there's a variety of ways we could do that. And excluding people systematically from studies is a problem across the board. The second issue, though, and I do worry about this, is that there is probably an exaggerated worry about giving pregnant women drugs and vaccines in general, not just specific to this. And it is notable that one of the lowest uptakes of vaccines in the entire medical workforce or healthcare workforce was among midwives, for example. So there is actually not a strong tradition of encouraging drugs and vaccines in pregnant women in the way that it is in others. And on the one hand, they are more vulnerable to the risks of the drug being having an interaction with the pregnancy, but on the other hand, they're also more vulnerable to the risks to the baby from an infection. And we've seen several recent cases of this. Zika was the most extreme one. So I think there is a balance of risk, and I think sometimes we've erred too far towards excluding pregnant women from studies when actually the correct way would have been to accept that in fact the balance of risk is in fact the other side, that pregnant women and their unborn babies are uniquely vulnerable to many infections, and therefore doing trials in this kind of environment probably is an important priority.
Can I just check, because the stenographer like me missed, you said the lowest uptakes of vaccines in the entire medical workforce or healthcare workforce was among
Midwives.
Among midwives, yeah.
It's come up as
among the lowest. I didn't say
Miss
the
Professor.
lowest, but among the lowest. And I think, I mean, we can back those numbers up if you'd find that helpful, but I mean, quite a bit lower than some other groups. This is not a judgment, it's simply a statement of fact. But I think that kind of gives you a feeling for the fact that the worries about drugs and vaccines are relatively deeply entrenched in this area.
Children and young persons, you've just referred to them. In relation to this issue, this is quite a contentious issue, that there are people who hold a very strong view that children should not be offered vaccination. There are other people who hold no less strong a view that it's vital to vaccinate children for the purposes of reducing transmission overall, and also, of course, to protect vulnerable and extremely vulnerable people in households in which there are children. By September 2021, the issue arose as to whether or not the JCVI, the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation, should offer vaccines, but not the AstraZeneca vaccine, to all persons aged 12 to 15 who had no underlying health conditions. Hitherto, from December 20 onwards, if you had a health condition and you were over 18, you were offered the vaccine. And subsequently, between December 2020 and September 2021, all 16 and 17-year-olds were offered a vaccine. So it was a question of going down the scale and seeing what the position should be for 12 to 15-year-olds. Why was it that the JCVI decided not to reach a concluded position in terms of the advice to offer vaccines to this cohort, but sought the assistance of the UK CMOs?
So I think the thing to understand with the JCVI advice, as you imply, and I just want to re-emphasise this point because I think it sometimes gets lost, is that they came to a view which was the same as what MHRA had come to the view, that there was a small benefit at an individual level to a child of that age group being vaccinated, but it was very small. That was their judgment. And that had to be set against all the risks of vaccination, which were even smaller, but they're never zero. And their judgment was the benefit at an individual level was sufficiently small that whilst they accepted there was an advantage, it was not enough on the basis that they would normally make recommendations to recommend a rollout across an offer across the whole country for children. So that was where they were. But they also, their view was, and I think it was perfectly sensible that they considered this, that there were wider issues, and the biggest of those, but not the only one, was around education.
Can I just pause you there? Why, though, did the JCVI regard itself as not being entitled to express a view on the wider educational and societal benefits of vaccinating children, as opposed to narrowing down its remit to expressing a view on just the individual risk-benefit balance?
I think it was their judgment, and this was entirely their judgment, they're an independent committee, that they weren't set up to do that. That wasn't their expertise, and it also wasn't the remit they usually followed. So therefore, they would essentially be breaking with the way that they would normally be considering the issues. and they lay this out in their own documents, which I know you've seen,
Yes.
so I'm not going to repeat them.
Please.
At the same time, I and others were well aware of the fact that my colleagues in public health, my colleagues in local government, my colleagues in education were saying the damage to some children from having disrupted education has become cumulative and very severe. And I know you will be, will be looking at a module exclusively on children, but for this is an important point, which is education is a very central part of the development of people, and it is a public health issue all the way through history. Better education leads to better public health. So there's a very clear public health need for that. So the question was, would vaccination in this age group, if taken up, and very much up to the individual parents and children, but if taken up, could that lead to a reduction in the disruption in education that was certainly harming children, and in particular harming children in areas of relative deprivation, who were not in a position so easily to do homeschooling and so on. So there was a very live debate about the impact on childhood of this disruption of education.
And so in summary...
So we were asked essentially to say, is there enough evidence that the overall benefit to this age group as a whole, but not extending to any other age group, just this age group, would produce additional benefits sufficient to recommend that this is made as a universal offer, accepting that it is much more finely balanced and that this needs to be communicated to parents and children, that this is a much more finely balanced argument than, for example, for a 70-year-old, where the argument is way over towards vaccination. And that was what we were asked to do. We consulted all the royal colleges that were relevant, the medical royal colleges. We consulted all the directors of public health. We consulted local authorities and experts in this area. And there was a fairly widely held view, so our view was we were representing the central position of the medical profession, that based on what JCVI and MHRA had said about a small advantage, we didn't really litigate that, but these additional advantages were sufficient to justify a universal offer to parents and children.
So you took as read that there was a marginal benefit on the individual level.
Yeah.
You took as read what the MHRA was and the JCVI was saying about the very rare possibility of an adverse side effect, the risk. But you focused on the position of children themselves in terms of whether or not absence of vaccination would have a disruptive or damaging effect on education and would lead to wider societal and mental health issues for them, as opposed to trying to answer what is in the best interest of the population at large.
Correct. I mean, I think, yes, I mean, I'd slightly reframe that, but only very slightly, because I completely agree. But it absolutely had to be that the benefits accrued to children of that age group. So it wasn't to benefit anyone else. And the question was not whether disruption of education would harm children. There's absolutely no doubt it was doing so in multiple ways. As I'm sure your ladyship will hear.
But would vaccination reduce the disruption?
So the question was really, would the vaccination was there a high enough probability the vaccination would reduce that disruption sufficiently to justify the rollout on the top of the points that were made? And our judgment, based on the collective view of, in my view, the medical profession, was the answer was yes, but accepting that there should be no obligation on anyone to get vaccinated, and that we need to make clear, and this was very much in the rubric we gave, that this decision was a much more marginal one, and that parents and children needed to be aware that this was a more marginal call at an individual level.
And you were addressing different issues from the JCVI. There was, in no sense were you overruling the JCVI.
In fact, the chair of the JCVI was part of the group that was looking at this, because we were very determined that we started from where they left off rather than try to go back over the ground they'd covered. We took that as read.
A separate topic now, please, the dosing interval. When the MHRA initially approved the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, one of the conditions was that there be 2 doses, at least, I think 3 weeks apart. And subsequently, advice was given that in relation to Pfizer-BioNTech, they should be at least 3 weeks apart, the 2 doses, and in relation to the Oxford-AstraZeneca vaccine, I think it was set at 4 weeks, 28 days. But the issue arose at the end of December 2020 as to whether or not the first dose should be prioritised, given obviously the limit on supply, and whether or not the JCVI should give advice on that. The 4 UK CMOs were asked to advise on this subject, which they did in a letter. Well, they set out their views in a letter dated the 30th of December 2020. Why, again, were the UK CMOs invited to give their expert view on the issue of prioritisation of the first dose? Why was it a matter for you?
Firstly, just to put some additional bits of background to what you said, to just recall that this was at the point where the alpha wave was really taking off. We needed to move at considerable speed to get as many people as protected as possible. And by a process of not terribly difficult maths, if you vaccinate only once and then have a delayed second dose, you can get through a much larger proportion of the population to have the first dose than if you do 2 for everybody, because you can basically do twice as many people in that first period. So the question was the first dose providing the majority of the protection? And the answer was yes, pretty clearly. And our judgment technically was that that protection continued at least to 12 weeks. So therefore, there was some room for manoeuvre. That didn't mean there wasn't some benefit to a second dose, but on a population basis, there would be significant benefits to vaccinating more quickly, and there were theoretical reasons for thinking that a more delayed second dose probably would lead to a better immunological response. But we didn't know that, and there wasn't data to support that. So that was done on the basis of first principles. Now, the reason the 2 bodies that were consulted on this, that rightly were consulted before it came to us, although we said this was a reasonable question to ask. So we came in twice. Firstly, was this a reasonable question to ask? Answer, on public health grounds, yes. Then it went to JCVI, and also went to MHRA, who both independently agreed that this was a reasonable thing to do. And then the UK CMOs gave the advice out to the public and to the medical profession. But we, in a sense, were at a technical level, we were communicating the views of JCVI, but we also supported those views. And we were aware that this was a very controversial area, including in the medical profession and including amongst many scientists, both in the UK and particularly actually in other countries, who thought this was a very, very poor decision, was their view at that point. And we thought it was important that we therefore, in a sense, stood up for this decision and explained it to the public and were prepared to take the criticisms head on and explain them as best we could to our professional colleagues and to the general public. So that was the reason we chose to, in a sense, put ourselves in that place. If it had been an uncontroversial decision, we probably would have just let JCVI decide it and it would have happened. It was the controversy that meant we felt it was important the CMOs actually gave a view and gave it publicly.
Could I use you to identify, please, another important body? There is a body known as the Commission on Human Medicine, which gives advice on these matters, in fact, directly to ministers alongside the JCVI. Did they also consider the question of the dose interval and the issue of prioritisation of the first dose?
They did, and although in theory they give their recommendations to ministers, in practice they are actually the Scientific Advisory Committee to the MHRA. So they were consulted alongside the MHRA.
Thank you very much. An important issue for this module is, of course, the take-up of the offers of vaccination, the offer of vaccination. In particular, the barriers to access facing minority ethnic groups, and the many reasons why there was an absence of trust or confidence, both in vaccines and on the part of the government. I just want to focus for a moment or two on how the Office of the Chief Medical Officer contributed to the system by which barriers were sought to be reduced and confidence raised. Did you yourself convene, in fact, a meeting in January 2021 between the Office of the Chief Medical Officer and Directors of Public Health to discuss particularly the question of uptake of vaccines in ethnic minority communities.
I did, yeah.
In your statement, you make a number of recommendations for future pandemics on this point, on this topic, including better identification of lower take-up groups, engaging much earlier and repeatedly with local leaders before, of course, having to face a pandemic itself and to respond, and also recognising that some lower uptake is probably symptomatic of deprivation distrust rather than ethnicity. Trying to focus on what can be done most rapidly and in a practical sense, most practicably. Do you think that more should have been done and can be done to build these communication links between central government and the NHS and local leaders, local communities, speaking to them on the ground, engaging with them in advance of a pandemic and saying, look, when the next pandemic hits and we need to vaccinate, what can we do to engender trust and reduce barriers? Is that what you're driving at?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it is very clear that we didn't do as well on this as we both should have, and actually, in my view, could have. Again, accepting that you're never going to get perfection in this area. What doesn't work, and I think sometimes people think that it's going to, but it clearly is not going to work, is people say, well, there's a low uptake in X group, so why can't the Chief Medical Officer go out and say, please take it up? The people who are cautious about vaccines for a whole variety of reasons are, if they were going to listen to the Chief Medical Officer, they'd already done so. And one of your core witnesses, I thought, made rather a powerful point that is all very well, these people like me prancing around and putting up slides, that wasn't actually speaking to their community. And that's an entirely fair point. And just speaking more and more is not going to help that. So you're absolutely right. It has to go through trusted interlocutors, and we need to start with their views about what people need to hear about, what they are concerned about, what are the issues. The problem we tend to have is that people, and some of these leaders will say this fairly forcefully and rightly, is when there's an emergency, you come to us, but you don't talk to us in between worlds. And therefore, why should we trust you now? And that's a very forceful point, in my view. It's actually the continuous communication in both directions, learning in both directions, hearing what people are concerned about and addressing it or learning from it, I think, which makes this work. There's a limit to what a CMO can do, but there's quite a lot that a government can do. But a government shouldn't assume that they're going to be seen as the good guys. And I think the NHS sometimes, and I speak as a member of the NHS, assumes that everyone loves them. Actually, not everyone does. And they're seen as authority by some groups, and you need to be pretty realistic. There was a very specific issue, which it may sound small print, but I think is quite important on this, which was around the ethnic minority healthcare workers. And we were very fortunate that healthcare workers from multiple communities, Somali community, Bangladesh community, whatever, doctors, nurses, physiotherapists, others, pharmacists, were extraordinarily powerful advocates within their own communities, but they were expected to do it in their free time. And so therefore, if you were a Somali doctor, you did your day job, and then you went and talked to your community to help uptake happening. My view was, a small but important thing we could do is actually to recognise that that is an important part of the job. Now, that may sound very small print, but it's multiple practical things like that which I think help. But the biggest one is to have the ongoing dialogue all the time, rather than waiting until the emergency hits, because then you should not be surprised. I think one final thing which we did not really fully appreciate was how much of the news that some communities were getting was not from UK sources. And that's social media, or they might listen to the television programs from a country from which they or their parents had come or whatever. So, and over that, of course, the UK government has relatively little ability to influence things. But we should recognise the channels of communication may be different, and we should factor that into the way we respond to it.
You referred to healthcare workers. In the context of prioritisation, it's self-evident that the JCVI recommended a priority approach based on clinical vulnerability drawn from age, as well as a focus on the healthcare and care sector systems, that is to say the persons who looked after people in care homes, as being the people who had to be vaccinated first. Is there, as I suppose would be the case with any attempt to prioritise vaccination, always going to be problems with definitions? And you were asked, I think, in January 2021 to give your advice as to what was meant by the reference to healthcare workers in what happened to be cohort 2. Is there anything that can be done in terms of data to try to identify more clearly by virtue of occupation how many people are in a particular cohort, what characteristics they might possess, and therefore whether or not they can be more readily identified when it comes to their turn in the chain?
Yes, and I think this goes back to the point you were making at the beginning of this, before the break, which is in some areas I was surprised by how good the data were, but in many other areas you think how on earth do we not know that? So I think that this is about having proper data across a whole variety of things, of which occupation is clearly one. I think another important one was who counts as a carer for the purposes of any kind of decisions, because that has practical implications under a number of different scenarios.
Related to that, you refer in your statement to the fact that the Office of the Chief Medical Officer had quite a significant role to play when the JCVI, the Joint Committee, came under pressure from various sectors and from government to promote the interests of particular groups or cohorts or sectors when it came to prioritisation. I'll ask you questions about the independence of the MHRA in the safety context in a moment, but how important is it that the JCVI, which is in fact a statutory advisory body, maintains its independence?
My view is it's absolutely critical. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't hear what government is doing, understand what's happening in other parts of the system. But if you wish to have independent scientific committees, independently chaired, and JCVI is one of those, you can't then mix it up, really. So it was very important that they had independence. And there were occasions when, if all the decisions had been mine, I might have taken a slightly different decision to JCVI. But the whole point about having a committee like JCVI is that they give the independent advice, and then in England statutorily and in the other nations on advice, people follow that advice. And that is, in essence, it were patently ridiculous, which is not going to be with such a distinguished and able group of people.
Another point related to the issue of data, and thank you very much for expressing your views on that, was the issue of the Group 6 cohort. So in the list of prioritised groups in Phase 1, as promulgated or disseminated by the JCVI at the end of December 2020, was a particular cohort, Group 6, which included carers, at least in some shape or form. And there was a very difficult debate to be had about how to identify, at least in England, adult carers, whether you identify them by lists of who receives a carer's allowance in DWP, Department of Work and Pension Records, or as carers in GP records, or perhaps through the receipt of what's known as an assessment process, a carer's assessment at local authority level. Were there very difficult issues there to be circumnavigated in terms of trying to identify, in particular, unpaid carers and whether they would be entitled to prioritisation under cohort 6? Yeah,
I think that it's important when considering this to go back to two first principles, because they explain why we ended up where we did. The first of which is that the whole basis of getting this to work was that the vaccine programme went at speed. And the more complex you make a system, the slower it will go. So you can have a perfect prioritisation, but because it is so complicated, it's a lot slower to deliver. And actually the net effect at a public health level is negative. And there's very clear modelling that demonstrated that. So speed was important, and for speed you need simplicity. Simplicity is the only way you're going to do it. The second basic principle is the prioritisation of carers, and in Group 1, the prioritisation of people caring for people in care homes in particular, was not because we were prioritising carers, it was because we were trying to protect the people they were caring for. And so that was the key to making these decisions. In practice, we therefore had to work on some form of list that would approximate reasonably to those who are looking after people who were most likely to get to be harmed by getting COVID, because the person who was caring for them came in.
But that was
COVID
people in care homes, in fact.
Well, care homes was in Group 1, and of course we made the same judgment on health workers in Group 2. In Group 6, it was about carers for people who are less vulnerable than those in care homes based on the data that was available, but still would be more vulnerable than the general population. I think that the approximation that was used was a reasonable one, but there will undoubtedly have been large numbers of people who were, in a sense, hard cases at one edge, who were not identified by that process. But trying to identify all of them accurately would have slowed down the process to such an extent it would have actually led to net harm overall. The queuing system, in a sense, was very important to maintain the integrity of that and the speed of that to achieve what we were trying to achieve in terms of vaccinating the whole population. So that was the trade-off to be had, was between perfection in terms of getting the exact people right and the speed and usability and simplicity of the system we were applying.
And for the future, if ever there is a similar prioritisation process adopted, which includes within its cohorts a group of carers, sole or primary carers, having the data to be able to identify such persons will be of enormous assistance.
Correct.
All right. VCOD, vaccine as a condition of deployment, in England had two aspects. One, the policy which was actually put into place of vaccine as a condition of deployment for persons working in care homes. And then subsequently, there was a proposal to widen it out to the wider care and healthcare sector. Was that an issue which ultimately was for the Chief Medical Officer? And it's obvious that you gave advice, and I'm not going to go into the details of the advice, or was it ultimately a political decision for ministers?
My view is it was 100% a political decision, but there was some clinical information that needed to precede it. But ultimately, it's about essentially balancing two risks and rights against one another. The risk to an individual who's highly vulnerable being cared for by someone who, because they haven't got a vaccine, then has an infection and then passes it on. So that's the risk to the person who's being cared for versus the risk to the individual that their right to essentially not have a medical procedure or lose their job is protected. Now, there's a range of opinions on this for what it's worth, but I don't think it's worth very much. I'm rather more sceptical than some people that this is a good idea, but that's a view as a citizen. As a doctor, my view is, I've got three views, basically. The first of which is there are, of course, situations where a health issue, health treatment does lead to someone having to lose their current employment and go to another. Example might be if a professional driver had an epileptic fit, then that person would no longer be able to do their job because the risk to other people is too great. So the principle that because you're a risk to others, you cannot do particular jobs, and that is enshrined in law, already exists. So that's not a new...
And patient-facing doctors and nurses and clinicians have to be immunised for hepatitis B.
Well, so then there's a professional responsibility, and there's very clear professional responsibility. I know the medical side very well. There is and has always been in the General Medical Council guidance, which all doctors sign up to. If you're a doctor, you are agreeing to abide by this, a professional responsibility to protect your patients from you giving them communicable diseases, which includes explicitly vaccination. There's a big difference, though, between a responsibility and legally mandating it so that you lose your job if not. And then there have historically been periods when we have, for example, early in HIV, in previous series of hepatitis B. If someone had those infections, we would say you can be a doctor, but you shouldn't be doing what's called exposure-prone procedures, which would include some surgical ones. So this is not, in a sense, this is not new ground. I think the only question for the chief medical officers was to, and I made this point several times, to say, firstly, there is some evidence that if you make mandation, you will increase the rates of transmission. And clearly, if someone doesn't get an infection, they're less likely to pass it on. Those are statements in the sense of the blinding the obvious. But they do need to be made. But I also made the point, and made it repeatedly, that you need to take into account the fact that every drug and vaccine has side effects, and some of those may be rare but still severe, and that has to be taken into account in the decisions that are taken about mandation.
And just
And I made that
I know
point.
it would be obvious. Well, why is it important to be upfront about the fact that there may be, however rare, serious side effects in the context of making someone be vaccinated as a condition of their deployment?
Well, essentially because you shouldn't. I was sometimes worried that people were just thinking, well, why on earth people should just get vaccinated? I mean, what's the problem? And my view is, look, this is it's a medical procedure, but B, more importantly, of course there will be side effects, and they may well be rare and side ones. That is an important part of the balance of risk. Now, I don't think it's easy to make a single overriding view on this. I would observe that.
And I should emphasise, we're not asking you to come down one side or the other and to reach a view.
But in general, mandation has not got a very happy history. So there are practical reasons for not doing it.
The smallpox.
Smallpox was an example, and indeed, in my view, what happened after mandation in the social care system in England, I think probably will be added to that catalogue. But then the arguments, the other side, are perfectly strong ones. And if your own relative died from COVID and you knew that they caught it from someone who'd chosen not to get vaccinated, I think you would have a strong view in the other direction. So I accept. Obviously, as a citizen, this is a balanced and difficult decision, but I just think it's important that the medical facts are in front of people, including the side effects as part of that balanced decision.
And since you very helpfully identified some of the competing considerations, is it important to note also that in that balance, in that mix, there must also be the evidence that appears to suggest that mandatory schemes tend to increase distrust and vaccine hesitancy generally?
They increase uptake and decrease trust.
Right.
As a broad basis.
The MHRA system and the issue, the systems and processes for safety of vaccines will be addressed by other witnesses, including the inquiry's own experts. You mentioned earlier the issue of independence in the context of the JCVI. Could we have up, please, INQ 4071886? This is an email from yourself and Sir Patrick Vallance, as he then was, to the head of the MHRA, Dame June Rain, dated the 26th of November 2020. You say, dear June, Patrick and I were just agreeing how lucky we are to have such a strong independent regulator as MHRA at a time, and you as its head at a time of intense pressure. We wanted to send a message of support and recognition. In this field of, or concerning the topic of distrust or vaccine hesitancy and confidence, why is the independence of the MHRA to be treasured?
Both the professional and the public trust has to be based on the idea that MHRA, which is the first port of call, without MHRA approval, you don't get a drug or device, is completely independent. And this was a very good example. The desperation, if I'm honest, of not just the public, but also political leaders to the highest level to have, for example, a vaccine or to have drugs that would get us out of the extraordinarily damaging situation we were in. Was very, sorry.
Hydroxychloroquine being an example.
Well, that was an example of a different sort. That was a licensed drug, actually, but this is for vaccines in particular was very strong, and it was clear that when there was a risk that they would either say to MHRA, "You've got to hurry up." and why are you going so slowly, and etc. Or even worse, say, we really want you to come down on one side of the argument or the other. It is absolutely essential for all of us, including me as CMO and as a citizen, that the MHRA is completely independent in its judgments. And what we wanted was to make sure that Dame June, who did I thought, superb job along with her colleagues in MHRA, but was under a lot of pressure, felt that if there were any pressure brought to bear on her, she could talk to Sir Patrick or me, and we would do our best to counteract that. Because I think I was worried at that point in time, if I'm honest, that otherwise the pressure would be applied. And I made it clear that that was what I was doing in government.
My lady, I will finish by 15:15, and thereby, I think.
No, but
shortening
we've also
it back.
got 10 to 15 minutes of sequel
Yes,
questions.
I will have shortened about 25 minutes from Professor Sir Chris Whitty's evidence, but I'm in your hands as to whether you wish
Professor
me
Whitty, I'll do
some
whatever
time.
suits you best, given the impositions we make upon you. We can carry on till 1:30, or we could come back this afternoon. Whatever suits you best.
From a purely practical point of view, my lady, obviously if I can go earlier, that's easier, but I'm very happy to be in your hands. I really don't want you to feel that I'm rushing this important inquiry.
We wouldn't be thinking that at all. I think we'll carry on. Can we warn the stenographer that if she needs to take a break, she can catch up later with the transcript?
Thank you, my lady. Many of the members of two vaccine injured and bereaved groups in particular have raised in their written material the issue of absolute and relative risk, that is to say, in relation to the risks of vaccines. As shortly as you possibly can, Professor, because obviously this might lead to a rather long answer. Is there a strong case for changing the way in which the MHRA and other government bodies talk about risk in the context of the very rare or extremely rare or rare possibility of serious side effects?
Yes, and I think firstly people are understandable in their concerns about this. It can be made very complicated, but at its base, it's pretty straightforward. Which is, let us say I said this drug halves your rate of dying, or alternatively, this drug doubles your rate of having a side effect. Those sound big effects. If you had a 50% chance of having the side effect in the first place, that would be an enormous increase. Let's say there's a 10% increase, the 10% rate of a side effect. Let's take that as an example. Double that would be 20%. So 20% of all the people who had the drug would have this side effect compared to if they didn't have the drug. If, on the other hand, this is something which happened only at a rate of 1 in a million, then doubling it turns it to 2 in a million, but means that nobody else gets it. So the doubling is the same, but the actual number of people affected out of all the people who are exposed is very, very different.
So if I can interpose here, if the reality is that a particular vaccine gives rise to a serious side effect in 1 in a million people, why is there any debate of what the percentages might be in terms of a relative balance or a relative increase? Is that not misleading?
Well, I think both are useful, and my own view is that particularly for very rare events, but serious or rare but very important in the other way, but rare events, actually presenting both of them is alongside one another is useful. One of them tells you that the drug or vaccine is going to protect or harm you to, more than or less than would happen if you didn't have that drug or side effect. But the other will actually give you an absolute number of the probability of that happening. And that's what the absolute numbers give you. And I personally, I think most people make their individual decisions based on absolute numbers. They may not call it that. But if I'm told I have a 1 in a million chance, I have a very different view about it than if I'm told I have a 1 in 10 chance. So that's really where I think why I think it's useful to have both.
Thank you. The final topic is the therapeutic Evusheld, the AstraZeneca produced therapeutic. I think it was Project Astronaut AZD4772 or something like that. There were two aspects of the Evusheld decision-making process. One was the decision to make an advance purchase, and that was an issue on which yourself and Sir Jonathan Van-Tam opined during the course of February, March 2021 in particular. Then there was a second issue which concerned whether from, in particular, January 22 onwards, a decision should be made to buy Evusheld for use as treatment. For the first decision, the possibility of an advance purchase, the joint vaccine, the vaccine task force sought the views of yourself and Sir Jonathan Van-Tam in the autumn of 2020, and it's plain that you advised, along with Sir Jonathan, that the recommendation should not be to proceed, not to proceed. Why, very simply, did you reach that view?
So I think the key thing to have in your mind on this is that the date at which this got MHRA approval was the 17th of March 2022.
So much later.
Much later. So this is, in fact, I gave advice in, I think it was December 2020. So Jonathan gave it, I think, in February 21 from memory.
Yes.
The reason that we firstly agreed with the vaccine task force that this was a potentially very useful drug under certain circumstances, and we also thought that the science behind it from AZ was very good in terms of developing it. So there wasn't any dispute about that. The reason, though, for an advance purchase it has to fulfil two criteria. The first criteria is you have to be pretty sure, if you're particularly for something that's expensive, and this was an expensive drug, that wasn't the principal point, but that means that it makes it a live question, that you're actually going to want it in the end. Otherwise, what you've got is a very large stock of a very expensive thing you can never use. And the second thing is that you need to have a reasonable view that at the point you want it, that it would be much less easy to get hold of or much more expensive than if you bought it at an earlier point. Now, the second one's not for me, principally, but the first one, to some extent, is. And our view was, we have no clinical data on this. We don't know anything about the side effects. We don't know who the groups are we'd give it to at this point in time. Very importantly, this was two monoclonal antibodies. Now, monoclonal means they only address one single thing on the spike of the virus, as opposed to the vaccines, which have multiple things which they interact, and it only protects people for a short period of time. At the time, we thought probably about 6 months. I think that probably was correct. And so, therefore, there is a reasonable chance that by the time that we actually have this drug available, we have clinical data, we know what the safety is, and it's got licensing, that either it'll prove not to be as encouraging as we currently think, because it's going to be quite a long way in the future, or that the virus will have evolved to such an extent that this is no longer an effective treatment. So our view, therefore, was not is this a good drug or not. The answer was, at this point, it looked promising, but we couldn't be sure. But should we actually, is there such a strong argument that we should buy it now rather than wait until we actually have some clinical data and we have licensure, or at least a path to licensure?
And can you explain why, however, in the context of vaccines, a different path appeared to have been taken insofar as they were subject to advance purchase, at risk, a chance was taken, nobody knew whether they would work, whether they would even be produced and manufactured and delivered. There was a punt. Was the clinical position prospectively for vaccines different at that time than that for Evusheld?
Yeah, fundamentally different.
Why?
So vaccines, as I said, they have multiple hits on goal, and therefore they can deal with evolution of the virus to a much greater extent than something that's only got two 2 points on the virus spike that it's dealing with, which is what we were dealing with. Secondly, a vaccine builds on itself. So if you have one vaccine, generally, if it works, you have a second shot, it's going to increase the effect. Even if you then have a slightly different vaccine, that it broadens the protection. So it's got multiple advantages from that point of view. It affects both the antibodies themselves, which the cocktail has, but also the T cells. This is a point Sir John Bell and others make. So it actually affects the immunological system in multiple ways, and actually much of the protection for people we thought might not be protected by vaccination probably came from that. So very good data subsequent to this decision has demonstrated that most of the people we were worried would not respond to the vaccine, in fact, did. Had a very high level of protection. So, and the final point, well, in fact, the final 2 points were the flash to bang time between making the purchase decision and the vaccine being available was much shorter, so you have less risk associated with that. And although this is only a third order question, additionally, vaccines were coming in at somewhere in the low tens of pounds per person protected. The Evusheld was in the high hundreds. You can dispute that, but that only matters once you actually get to the final point. But therefore, I think to treat them as the same thing would be to misunderstand these are completely different products. You have to keep on giving Evusheld over and over again, and it's less and less likely to be effective as the virus mutates. And what in fact happened, so we had sort of 3 stages of decision making, and the reason I'm giving
yes, so I'm less concerned with the later stages, because obviously by then the vaccine had been rolled out. You were in 2022. That there were obviously very live issues as to whether or not that the material that was by then available clinically would support a decision to buy it as treatment. But I think we're going to leave it there, Professor.
Can I just finish this point? Because I think you've several times during previous witnesses essentially said this was my decision. And I want to be clear, A, that it wasn't actually my decision.
I don't believe we have. It was ultimately a decision for rapid C19 when it came to treatment.
The way it worked was I gave some advice, Sir Jonathan did, end of 2020, beginning of 2021. Then it went to rapid C19. And by the end of December 2021, their view was, this is looking very promising, and that was their advice to me. And then Omicron came along, and that was so different that their view, and then subsequently the view of the American authorities, European and others, was this is no longer going to work against this virus because it's evolved. Had Evusheld been available and licensed in early 2021, even with vaccination, I think it would have had at least some niche use. And if there hadn't been vaccines, it would have had widespread use. So I think the reason we ended up where we did was a combination of how long it took to get to licensure, and the fact that the virus evolved, and the fact we had the vaccine, and indeed multiple other things.
And a lack of clinical data at the start.
Yeah, and multiple other issues. But I think it's sometimes made to be a rather simpler issue than actually in reality it was.
Not on our part, Professor. We've galloped through a wide range of issues, but there we're going to leave it in terms of the questions and inquiry.
A couple more issues to be dealt with. First by Mr. Wilcock. I think you're asking questions.
Professor Whitty, good afternoon. Thank you for giving up your lunch break for us. I'm asking you questions on behalf of the Northern Ireland COVID-bereaved Families for Justice, and I've got 3 short questions on the participation of Northern Irish residents in vaccine and therapeutic trials for you. So the first question is, you quite rightly told us that the UK is fortunate to have a strong tradition of the public taking part in clinical trials. But according to Professor Sir Michael McBride's statement for this module, Northern Ireland residents were only able to take part in the UK-wide Novavax COVID trials. Do you know why this was?
Unfortunately, I don't. Basically because, as was highlighted right at the beginning, health in this area is a devolved issue. Certainly had investigators or clinicians from Northern Ireland said they wanted to be involved in any studies that were within my kind of purview, I would have seen absolutely no barrier to that being the case. You, of course, do need to have a local investigator. You need to have people who can run things on the ground. The reasons why that happened in this case, I don't know, and I wouldn't be the right person to answer.
are you the right person to ask whether there might be a way in which this problem might be addressed in the future?
I think that the principal thing is really to strengthen the clinical trials capacity across the whole of the UK. I think that it is important that trials in particular, but also observational studies, are available to people across the whole of all of the communities of the United Kingdom, all 4 nations, as indeed more internationally, but take the UK, for multiple reasons, fairness being one, but actually also representativeness of population is another. So there are good scientific as well as ethical reasons why that is a desirable thing to have, yes.
Thank you. Final question on behalf of the group I represent. Do you know if Northern Ireland residents were able to participate in the recovery trial for repurposed therapeutics?
I cannot recall that. I suspect you do know the answer to that. I don't.
I don't either. That's why I was asking you. So.
Well, we can easily find that out. But certainly there would be no barrier from the point of view of how it was originally conceived and indeed how it was funded. There may have been barriers operationally, but that's very easy to find out.
Is that partially because it was a platform trial rather than
Yes, a platform trial, yeah. But you do, again, you need a local investigator who can lead it. You can't, it has to be done locally in terms of the practicalities of running a trial on the ground. And there have to be someone who's got some experience, usually, of trials.
I've also been asked to ask you 3 questions on behalf of the UK COVID-bereaved Families for Justice on a totally different topic. Can you tell us what the extent was of the Chief Medical Office's involvement in relation to the development and or availability of therapeutics for children?
We weren't and I wasn't involved directly, but what we were keen to do, and this was led in particular by colleagues from Southampton, was to make sure that therapeutics for children were extended out from the base. Unfortunately, and this goes back to a previous point that we had when we were talking about studies in pregnancy, is that the default has for many years been for many people who do trials to exclude both pregnant women and children, and indeed, even more in my view, shockingly, elderly people or people with comorbidities. And all of these are problematic, and I personally think we should try and extend trials as far as you can, both on age and other indications. It goes back to making the trial population representative. But this is pushing against quite a long-established way in which things have been done, and I personally regret it. My own background actually is in doing trials in children, but in part.
Second question was, are you able, as far as you were aware, was there any difference in the type and efficacy of therapeutic treatments as between adults and children? Or does it...
the big difference to remember is that, fortunately, and this will not necessarily be true in a future pandemic, which is why I think this is a really important question, children were much less likely to have severe outcomes than adults.
Yeah.
So for the same side effects, and we discussed this slightly when we were talking about vaccines, the risk-benefit for children in this particular infection is much less clear. So if you have a drug that had, let us say, a side effect rate of 1 in 100,000, the risk-benefit is less good for a child because actually the benefit is going to be smaller than it would be for an adult. But were we to have a pandemic in which children were heavily represented, and flu would be a very good example of that, in flu children are some of the people who are most affected, then it would be a very serious problem if we didn't have children involved in the studies that are done and trying to examine how they worked. Children do handle both infections and sometimes drugs differently to adults, so you can't make an assumption that a child is just a small adult for the purposes of trials and other things. You do have to pay attention to the fact they are biologically distinct in some ways.
I follow. But sticking to COVID-19, do you think there was sufficient prioritisation of research into therapeutic treatment for children with COVID-19?
I think for the reasons I've just given, I think that it was a lower priority only because of the fact that children were much less badly affected by the outcomes. There are some exceptions to that, of which the something called PIMS-TS is probably the most well-known, which is an immunological response. There were some children who did come to harm, and certainly for severe disease, children who got to hospital, I would want them to have at least as much emphasis in terms of treatment as for adults. But of course, the numbers are much smaller, and therefore it would take longer to accrue the evidence you need as to the effect and indeed the side effects of drugs in that age group.
Professor Whitty, thank you very much.
Thank
indeed.
you, Mr. Wilcott. Ms. Morris.
My lady, Professor Whitty, I asked questions on behalf of the COVID adverse reaction and bereaved groups, and these groups represent those who suffered either injury or bereavement following their voluntary acceptance of one of the COVID vaccines. And I'm going to focus my two questions on the topic of monitoring after the vaccine, after it was rolled out for any adverse reactions or injury. I'm going to ask you to start, please, with about a WhatsApp exchange you had with Mr. Hancock, the then Secretary of State for Health, on the 9th of January, in which he asked you about pharmacovigilance. I think you've got it in mind already, I don't need to call it up. He asked you, how strong is our pharmacovigilance system in order to check events post-rollout? He said, I was told we were doing it, that being the DHSC, but I worry that the details will be shonky. And you said, it's reasonable but needs to get better. And you said then there will be cases. So question in two parts, please. When you said it was reasonable but needs to get better, what did you mean at the beginning of January 2021?
Yeah, so this is the one area of my written statement where, in fact, I've reinterpreted what I said at the time. I have to say, trying to interpret WhatsApp messages out of context is very difficult for so long after the event. But I'm going to answer, in a sense, I'm going to answer unhelpfully for you to begin with, just to set the record straight, and then more helpfully, as if I'd meant something slightly different. So actually what I subsequently realised was this was in the context of an exchange between Mr. Hancock and Lord Darcy, where Lord Darcy had said he'd had a vaccination and subsequently got COVID. And so what in fact I was referring to was there will be cases of people who get COVID having had vaccination. So just to clarify that
So that's
point.
the second part of your comment, but the first part about it's reasonable but will get better does refer to the monitoring
all of the
adverse
exchange
effects.
refers to were we picking up cases in people who had had vaccination. But I want to answer the question as if I had been answering about the other, because it could have been either way, because that was more helpful, I think, to what you're
That's
actually
helpful,
asking.
thank you.
Because in the sense, the reason I misinterpreted is I would have given essentially the same answer either way. So I'm only doing that for accuracy. The MHRA system, and I suspect the best person to get the details on this is obviously going to be Dame June Rain, and there's very extensive expert evidence which I've read and which I think is extremely accurate from what I've seen. I think that lays out the mechanisms, including the yellow card systems, the electronic reporting and so on, that the UK has. The thing which was different about the rollout of the vaccine was the speed at which it happened. And usually the rollout of any new drug will happen at a relatively slow rate. So you'll pick up the early issues if there are going to be rare effects that are so rare you don't pick them up in the original clinical trials,
Yes.
but big enough that you actually see them under operational practice. And that happens for many drugs, in fact, most drugs in reality. Usually the speed of that was going to will be such that you will pick them up fairly early on, before many people had been given the drug or vaccine involved. The speed of this meant that was more challenging, and therefore various tweaks had to be made to try and pick up data much more quickly in real time than would otherwise have happened. So to that extent, my view is there was a need to improve the system we had, although I think the system is very strong, and that is the view of the expert witnesses, and I agree with that. So I think, in a sense, I'm trying to be helpful to you by saying, had I been meaning that, it was still a relevant point to make.
Understood, thank you. Because you've talked about data this morning, and I think your position is that the monitoring of any side effects and the creation of high-quality data after the vaccine rollout in this context is important. Is this right? Because public health officials need to know early signals of any emerging adverse effects, injuries, from a safety evaluation point, but also people that are injured and impacted also need to receive diagnosis, treatment and ongoing support. Is that fair to say?
Both of those are fair to say. So it's very important. And this is where the issue where you might have someone vaccinated in place A and then their GP records are in place B and their hospital records are in C and the three are not linked. And therefore things can, at an individual level, that might be picked up, but what you don't see is a pattern across the nation as a whole. So bringing data together is one of the best ways of identifying these kind of risks at the earliest possible opportunity.
But just pushing you on your answer and appreciating the context of the text now, do you still accept that there was a need for some improvements of the system to make a signal-sensitive post-rollout monitoring system at the start of 2021? Did it need to get better?
There's almost no situation where you wouldn't have to adjust what you're doing to the fact that this is going at such a rapid speed to get the maximum outputs. I mean, I don't think, to be clear on this, I think the UK was actually in a pretty strong position compared to any other country. Every country was facing exactly the same issues on this.
And I think the final part of my question still stands, which was, were those areas addressed throughout the pandemic? Did it get better in your view?
In my view, it did get better over time. Within this, and I would like to just add an additional point which you haven't asked, but I think is relevant to this, it is also very important that you also bear in mind the benefits that happen, which are also important. So, for example, legitimately, people were concerned about the risks of myocarditis with following vaccination. The rates of myocarditis are actually higher in people who get COVID. So that's an example where you've got to actually look at both the effects of having a drug or vaccine, but also the effects of not having it.
Yes.
And very often it's that balance which actually gives you the correct information.
I appreciate that general and specific risk assessment, thank you, but you'll appreciate that I asked questions on behalf of those who did suffer some of those severe reactions. So in terms of how it improved identifying those, could you give a specific example of how that improved from the start of the pandemic?
Largely this was to do with the speed at which the process was actually analysed. What it doesn't, of course, deal with is your original point about getting the data all merged together. And it was the speed of analysis that definitely improved over this pandemic compared to where you would normally expect it to be. There was a real determination to pick up signals at the earliest possible opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms Morris.
Thank you, Melody.
Professor Whitty, you've been as helpful and constructive as ever, and may I repeat the thanks I've already given you for all the work that you and your colleagues did during the pandemic, and also for the continuing assistance that you and your colleagues are providing to the inquiry. I'm really grateful. The burdens on you must be enormous, probably not as enormous as they were during the pandemic, or maybe they are, I don't know, but I'm really grateful to you.
Thank you, Melody.
Very well, I have to return because we have a very busy afternoon at 2:15. Sorry for a shorter break.
After me, I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole
the
truth,
whole truth,
and nothing but
and
the truth.
nothing but the truth.
Welcome back, Professor.
Thank you.
Professor, could you commence your evidence, please, by giving us your full name?
I am Jonathan Van-Tam.
Professor, thank you very much for attending today and for your continued assistance, in particular the provision of a further statement, INQ 000474404 of the 7th of October last year, running to 79 pages. Professor, I'm going to, well, I hope I won't embarrass you, but I'm just going to summarise briefly your professional qualifications and your experience, because, of course, it all goes to the issues on which we'll be asking you for your views on in a moment. But you are, by training profession, an epidemiologist and physician in public health. You have a significant number of degrees, diplomas, doctorates and fellowships. You were head of the Pandemic Influenza Office of what was then the Health Protection Agency Centre in Colindale. You were, importantly, a member of the old SPI committee, which we looked at in Module 1, a member of SAGE during the swine flu pandemic. You chaired the expert advisory group on H5N1 bird flu. You were the chair of NerveTag between 2014 and 17, and then, of course, you were appointed Deputy Chief Medical Officer in October 17, and you remained in that post until March 22, and you're a published author and senior editor, and you've had more than 200 peer-reviewed scientific papers published. Did you work as a vaccinator also during the course of the pandemic?
Yes, I did.
Did you do half a day a week, I think, on a shift?
Half a day a week, and it was a great relief to be out of Whitehall and Westminster with normal people for a while.
The role of the Office of the Chief Medical Officer and the role of the DCMO alongside the CMO is a most important one in the context of this pandemic. Could we just have up, please, paragraph 1.7 of INQ 000474404? Thank you very much. The heart of your role during the pandemic was you were at the interface, if you like, between those bodies concerned in policy, the government and the government's chief scientific advisor, development, UKVN, the UK Vaccine Network, of which we've heard, and KEPI, the clinical trials and studies of which we've heard, their funding, which was the responsibility of the MHRA, UKRI, and its MRC, the Medical Research Council, procurement, the VTF, the Vaccine Task Force, the TTF, the ATF, and the ATTF, and prioritization and delivery, because you were an observer at the JCVI, and of course you were closely connected to the other CMOs and the NHS, England, and the public health agencies concerned in delivery. So you were in rather a unique spot, the interface between all these various moving parts. Did you also attend, observe at, or liaise with numerous advisory groups, such as the NerveTag COVID-19 Therapeutic Subcommittee, the Neutralizing Monoclonal Antibodies and Antivirals Access Independent Advisory Group, the Prophylaxis Oversight Group, Rapid C19 Committee, and so on?
Yes, I did, but the pressure on my time was really so great that it wasn't possible to religiously attend all of those meetings. And in truth, with the passage of time, I really can't recall a great deal of it. But it was my job to, I suppose, be the oil in the machinery and to try and plot out for the CMO and for ministers and understand what was happening in these various domains, some of which, of course, like the MHRA, were entirely independent in terms of the decisions they took.
Indeed. But the Office of the Chief Medical Officer, that's say Professor Whitty, yourself, and Professor Harries, were to a very large extent the oil in the machine. You had a rather unique position whereby you saw what was going on at every level of the pandemic response.
Yes, and I think we also had to be, in many cases, the translator interfaces between different bits of science, different types of science, and between the policy making and the political world.
And the CMO and the DCMO or the CMO and the DCMOs are entirely independent, are they not?
The Office of the Chief Medical Officer, that function is by statute independent. Professor Sir Chris was always my boss, and I wouldn't have considered myself to be able to act entirely independently of Chris. In any line management structure, there's always a boss. But equally, Sir Chris was always extremely accepting of good scientific arguments, whoever they came from.
And so, at every level, the proprieties were always observed in terms of the independence of the various bodies. If you could have up 00071,697. By way of an example, Professor, on the 17th of November, you yourself wrote to Dr. Rain, now Dame June Rain, head of the MHRA. We can see from the third paragraph, the department, the DHSE, wishes to supply this vaccine, this is a reference to the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, in response to the Covid-19 pandemic. We therefore seek your views on its suitability for temporary authorization under Regulation 174, so that we may promptly and safely deploy the vaccine. If we just go to the end of the letter, we'll see your name on the left-hand side. There we are. As with many other parts of the complex machinery, it was very important, wasn't it, to preserve the independence of the various bodies. So you were formally here asking the MHRA to consider its position, but only on authorization, which was exclusively for the MHRA. And you refer to the advice, which, whilst relevant, is not the same thing as authorization from the JCVI.
Indeed so, yeah.
Right.
And, for the record, and I hope she won't mind me being colloquial, I lost count of the number of times I would have had a telephone call with Dame June and said, June, at all times, if you think I or anybody else in the wider system is, nudging you or treading on your toes in some way, put the phone down and complain about it, because it's absolutely sacrosanct and importantly so that your work remains independent.
And indeed, on the 16th of November, by way again of example only, 71886, INQ 000-71886. Here's a letter, in fact, from Sir Chris Whitty, copied to Sir Patrick Vallance as he then was, saying exactly that.
Yep.
You've got to preserve your independence, and if you need help in preserving your independence, please let us know. And so that we're absolutely clear, decisions on authorization were absolutely and exclusively for the MHRA. Decisions on procurement were for ministers on advice of the various task forces, but in particular the vaccine task force, and following advice from the Office of the Chief Medical Officer, Treasury, and no doubt anybody else with a view on matters. And decisions around vaccine eligibility and prioritization, again, were for ministers, but on the advice which they agreed to take and accept in advance of the JCVI, the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation.
Yes, that is entirely correct. But I wouldn't want to give the impression that VTF and then subsequent ministerial approval of procurement decisions were made in a vacuum without advice from the VTF clinical advisor, which was me, in relation to the likely number of vaccines that would be needed, for example.
Yes, indeed.
And I, in a way, had to kind of second guess where I thought the JCVI discussions were going, because the JCVI couldn't make a decision until there were vaccines, but equally we had to buy things early on that didn't exist. We were putting money behind contracts in the hope that there would be a vaccine. But, you know, you have to decide whether you want 30 million doses or 60 million doses, and you can't do that in a vacuum. So, yeah, absolutely, I gave that
That's
advice.
an important topic. And in fact, either yourself or Sir Whitty or often all of you, including your fellow Deputy Chief Medical Officer Jenny Harries, gave advice in relation to the purchasing of vaccines and therapeutics, the prioritization and eligibility for therapeutics and the offering of vaccination, as well as we'll see, dealing with a multitude of issues concerning vaccine confidence or hesitancy, delivery, take-up, the whole gamut.
Yep.
Right. Vaccine development. It is very clear from evidence before this inquiry, in particular from Module 1, that pre-2020, the majority of government effort and resources was focused on the possibility of a flu pandemic.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you some questions about onshore manufacturing capability in a moment and on research and development. But in a very general sense, do you think that the United Kingdom was well prepared for what is known as Disease X, that is to say, the yet unnamed but likely to happen prospective or future pathogenic outbreak?
So the answer to that is, I think, in two parts.
Please.
Part one, that I think I agree with what the inquiry has already said, that there was a very substantial focus on pandemic influenza as the threat, perhaps the only threat, and there hadn't been that diversity of thinking to the same extent about other pathogens, in other words, a disease X such as Covid-19, SARS-CoV-2. Equally, I would say now that my personal scientific view is that a future pandemic is a racing certainty, and by far and away the most likely pathogen to give us the next pandemic, based on probability and the number of data points we have, which are small, is influenza. So in a way, that was and should have been the primary focus, because for me it still remains the most likely next pandemic threat, though you make those kind of predictions, you can always be wrong.
Of course, we were hit by coronavirus in 2020. What do you say to the opinion of many people, which is that attention must also be paid to the disease X on the premise that it's not flu?
Yes, I agree with that. And the WHO has a list of high priority pathogens. I think we should take note of that.
You were intimately involved in the process by which vaccines were successfully identified, procured and delivered. And I just want to look at the position that prevailed on the cusp of the pandemic in January 2020, so that we can see just how unlikely it was that a vaccine would successfully be developed and manufactured. Could we have 00040475554, page 1? This is a note you did for ministers dated the 24th of January on coronavirus. And you make it absolutely plain, there are no vaccines available for the Wuhan, it was then known as the Wuhan coronavirus virus. A vaccine is unlikely to be available for at least 12 months, even in experimental or unlicensed form, and probably far longer. There has been considerable research done already and a lot of funding already provided, so the United Kingdom is in a good position. But the likelihood of successful development and manufacture was relatively low.
Yes, I think we all felt it was relatively low at the time. I would say that if you asked me the same question again now, knowing what I know about the messenger RNA platform technology that we did, the genetic sequence of the new organism, you can almost dial up a candidate vaccine. So that kind of time frame that I gave then was right at the time. We could be a bit more optimistic for the future.
Right.
I think particularly with the agility that the messenger RNA platform is likely, though unproven, to give us against other future pandemic pathogens.
Had there been some, well, there'd been a few advance, there'd been some advance and considerable amount of research done on mRNA vaccines pre-2020, I think in the context of the possibility of using them to battle cancer, is that correct?
Science has been working on the idea that messenger RNAs could be used in vaccine form for about 20 years,
Right.
Prior to the emergence of the pandemic. So, we shouldn't believe that these things just appeared in a puff of smoke in early 2020. They were actually the efforts of scientists over 20 years that were just about mature enough to give us a solution at that time. But let's be clear, if the pandemic had happened in 2015, I don't think the messenger RNA platform technology could have come to our assistance in the way that it did in 2020.
There's much material before my lady which suggests that one of the many reasons in the complex picture of why there are degrees of vaccine hesitancy or lack of confidence is the notion that the vaccines were built on technology that was entirely new, untested, appeared as if by magic in this country and other countries in 2020. So I want you to be clear, the mRNA technology had been worked on for a number of years beforehand,
Yes.
had also the vaccine vector technology, the use of the adenoviral vector in
Yes.
the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine also been worked on and been around for some time.
That had also been worked on for many years, and indeed, as Sir Chris referred to this morning, the funding in 2016, I recall, from UKVN to help the Oxford Vaccine Group take the adenovirus vector technology towards I think it was a MERS vaccine, really gave them a head start in 2020.
And you are aware, of course, that the United Kingdom government, through a number of bodies, but not least UKRI and the NIHR, the National Institute for Health Research, had funded to a very significant extent different teams of researchers and investigators working on vaccines. For example, the Oxford Group, as also with the team led by Robin Shattuck at Imperial College London.
Yes.
Could we have 00004760, please? This is another document you prepared in those very difficult days in January 2020 about the way forward. And you were asked to consider how vaccine discovery might be accelerated. And you set out what you openly described as the difficult picture, which is that a new vaccine often requires 15 to 20 years, financial resources upward of $1 billion to reach licensing. There are obvious complexities and the passage of time in both the preclinical and the clinical stages. If you could go over the page to page 2, paragraphs 18 onwards, you set out there some of the existing research, and you've just referred to MERS. And you identify a number of vaccine candidates. So the picture wasn't one of unalloyed gloom, as you say. A lot of research had been done, and a significant degree of progress had already been made. But it was a question of building on all that in order to be able to reach the promised land.
It was, and for the Vaccine Task Force, literally, the Vaccine Task Force had to back multiple technologies in order to have the chance of at least one winner. So it was a form of spread betting by any other name. But it was necessary, and indeed all of the modalities that the Vaccine Task Force backed have now produced licensed vaccines for COVID-19 somewhere in the world. So it was
a great success.
It was good hunting in terms of my colleagues, and not myself, who did the really hard due diligence work to pick out not necessarily the most kind of perfect, appealing science, but the science that looked good and had a realistic prospect of delivery within, shall we say, 18 months to 24 months.
If we could go forward one page to page 4, please, paragraph 35. You identify a number of actions which you believe should be taken proactively to prepare for the possible arrival of the virus and for domestic preparedness. You refer to the very good regulatory environment. I won't ask you questions about that, but was that a reference to the MHRA in particular and its scrupulous independence and exclusive control over the issue of authorization? And then over the page, strong facilities for phase 1 trials. 3, the continued development of vaccine candidates, so looking for the spread betting approach. 4, whether the UK should invest in nucleic acid manufacturing facilities for mRNA vaccines. So right at the beginning, you were seeking to identify ways in which the United Kingdom could get ahead of the game, try to increase the prospects of a successful development and production of a vaccine.
Yeah, it was clearly the number one priority for us, and it was my personal number one priority, because I couldn't see a way of normalising our lives quicker than by having a vaccine solution at population level.
In this general scheme, Professor, why is the ability to offer strong trial facilities to a prospective manufacturer of such importance?
Well, there's always this counter-argument, if you like, that so long as somebody offers a manufacturer good phase 1 facilities, and so long as they bring a vaccine to license, you can buy it later, as it were. However, there is a kind of soft diplomacy that goes with helping pharmaceutical and vaccine companies to do their work on our behalf to develop new vaccines. And it is often the case that where you are, as a country deeply involved in supporting vaccine manufacture, you are in a better position in terms of access to vaccine as quickly as possible. So there's part of this is about building on the evident strength of British bioscience, but equally it's about a kind of soft diplomacy in terms of being front and centre when it comes to access to vaccines.
So in addition to having a manufacturing capability, it's perhaps no less important to have a strong platform for the carrying out of trials, so that as a country we can be regarded as a best client, a best purchaser.
Yeah.
And that's a process which, of course, is required to be funded.
Indeed. It is about, with all the safeguards of propriety and independence in place, it is about developing the best possible supportive relationship on an ongoing basis with the industry, who, in my view, have always been instrumental in delivering us vaccine solutions at scale when we need them. But it's about that partnership approach with the proper respect for firewalls and integrity and commercial sensitivity.
On the 30th of March 2020, you personally and Sir Patrick Vallance, as he then was, the government's chief scientific advisor, signed off the objectives. You identified and elucidated the objectives for the Vaccine Task Force.
Yeah.
And the Vaccine Task Force, as is very well known, commenced in two parts. It had an external advisory board and a programme board, and the external advisory board had bioindustrial specialists and venture capitalists, vaccine scientists, a lot of external element. And that became the Vaccine Task Force, chaired by Dame Kate Bingham, and led by the Director General of that task force, Nick Elliott. In your statement, you say, however, that as a result of the constitution and the development of that very successful body, you were struck by what you saw as the dysfunctional relationship between the civil service and pharmaceutical industry, and you appeal for the most effective working relationship that is possible to be pursued. And you also suggest that there be in the future the creation of a totally dedicated workforce instrumental to the recreation of that vaccine success. Why couldn't, in your view, a normal government department, just an existing part of the DHSC or BEIS, BAYS, have done what the Vaccine Task Force did? Why do you think it succeeded?
So let me go back to my original remark, which I want to be interpreted in terms of prior to the VTF, the relationship between the civil service and the pharmaceutical industry was a bit dysfunctional, as I observed it. It was just too formal, too standoffish, and there wasn't this willingness to kind of, behave as close colleagues and share problems and find solutions. It was all a bit too kind of stultified in some way. What changed with the Vaccine Task Force was partly that Dame Kate recruited a lot of people from the industry who had a different kind of mindset, and it was very helpful to me to have worked in the pharmaceutical and the vaccine industries to understand that difference in mindset. But also it was a national emergency, and it was brought with a very specific, almost task and finish approach to get this job done, because people were dying and we had to put the brakes on that. And therefore the kind of mission focus of the individuals within the Vaccine Task Force was something that I've never seen before, and I'm immensely privileged to have been a part of that.
Would you therefore recommend, with all the authority you could muster, that if faced with a similar national emergency in the future, the same, it's an excellent phrase if I may say so, task and finish approach is adopted?
Well, I think the answer, broadly speaking, is yes, but the important bits are the mindset, and the important bits are also being able to bring together the right people as quickly as possible, even quicker than was done in 2020. So I think there is an argument. In the military there are rapid reaction units who are held at readiness from anything from 2 hours upwards to a month. But those units know they have a kind of stand-up role if there's a problem. I think we almost need a cadre of experts who understand that they are on kind of, call down, as it were, in case there's a problem. We don't want to be looking for those in the heat of a crisis. We ought to know who they are. We ought to manage the membership, and it'll churn over time as people retire, new people come along. So I think there's some argument in that, but the most important thing is not what you call it. The most important thing is the mindset.
I know we're here in the hearing room this morning when Professor Whitty was giving evidence, and at one stage he said something I personally have always believed: it's not so much the structures as the personalities. And you obviously had in Dame Kate Bingham a personality who was determined to get things done. If you had this cadre of experts, would it not depend upon whoever in an emergency was in overall charge to get things done and to change the mindset?
Yes, it would, and I wouldn't want to predefine that for the future too much, but I think I would say, and I have said it publicly on many lectures that I've given, that I think it was a stroke of genius to have a venture capitalist who understood biotechnology at the heart of moving at pace to bring science to the marketplace, as it were. I think that was an inspired choice. Of course, you're right, a lot of it had to do with Dame Kate's personal characteristics and how driven. We all know that she is and she was, but equally it was an inspired occupational choice in my view.
And we're not calling him as a witness, and therefore I hope I can say this without causing him undue embarrassment, that choice was in large part down to the judgment of Sir Patrick Vallance, as he then was. And it's important, I think, also to note that the External Advisory Board, that part of the Vaccine Task Force in its original emanation, was chaired by Sir Patrick Vallance, and also that the notion of the Vaccine Task Force in its final form was significantly contributed to by Alex Jones of Bayes,
yes,
witness from whom we heard earlier. Before I ask you for your overarching recommendations on this in this field, can I ask you a couple of questions, please, about VMIC, the Vaccine Manufacturing Innovation Centre? Mm-hmm. It's obvious from the emails and the submissions put to ministers and the paperwork before the inquiry that by January 2021, it was obvious that hundreds of millions of pounds had already been spent by way of funding on the centre, and there was a request for a further 80 million. But that there were cost overruns and slow delivery. The site was effectively it hadn't been developed to the extent that it was wished it would be. And there was a prospect of a sale and a risk, in fact, the site would become unused or broken up. And I think the view was taken that the best option to try to get the site completed and get the site operational would be to sell the entity to a foreign multinational that could recapitalise the project. Did you have any views yourself on the merits of the sale of VMIC to Catalent?
I didn't have any specific views on the sale of VMIC to Catalent, other than I understood them to be a contract manufacturing organisation, and it was a sensible sale. But I inherited the VMIC concept, if you like, and it was introduced to me when I was in office. It was either the late part of 2017 or early 2018. And I think I probably didn't make many friends with my VMIC colleagues because I was a bit unenthusiastic about the whole thing. And I realise I may be at variance with other, super scientific experts, but my view is that VMIC was tending towards the idea of a state-owned solution for pandemic vaccine manufacture, and I haven't seen that work outside of, the more totalitarian schemes of the world. In the Western world, it has always been about the vaccine industry being able to deliver a pandemic vaccine at scale, as was the case in 2009. And so for me, the kind of approach that I think is more important is onshoring and backing vaccine manufacturers to do their work and keep a plant warm lit in the UK through their normal routes of business, but to have step-in rights in the case of a pandemic.
And by step-in rights, do you mean an ability on the part of the government to say, right, you are turning the entirety of your manufacturing processes to creating manufacturing a vaccine for us?
And we're probably getting into detail here that I don't think I'm qualified to talk about.
Just in a general sense, you've used the phrase step in,
yes,
step
so
up.
Step in could be about make the vaccine for us, but the whole world needs a pandemic vaccine when there's a pandemic, but it could also be about priority access.
All right.
And so there are different degrees of how you step in, and that's not for me to...
But you'd like to see a number of manufacturing plants owned by manufacturers, but in relation to which the government has the ability to turn the production towards their own use.
So I think it's potentially a very big advance that the UK government now has a partnership deal with a messenger RNA manufacturer. I am agnostic.
Do you mean the Moderna
I do,
deal?
and I'm agnostic to which messenger RNA manufacturer it is, so long as they manufacture messenger RNA vaccines. But equally, it is a case in point that the vast majority of the vaccines we use in day-to-day public health practice are protein subunit vaccines, and I think we ought to think seriously about onshoring protein subunit manufacture in the UK as well.
Would what you say apply equally, Professor, to factories for the production of antibodies and also factories for what is called fill and finish, the sort of syringes, yes, the vials, the adjuvants, the bits and pieces that go with a vaccine?
So with respect, the consumables are the vaccines and the needles and so forth, and the sharp spins, and you do need those in very large quantities in order to do a national vaccine campaign, as we did. And one of the detailed conversations I remember having with the procurement people was about making sure that we had however many tens of millions of syringes bought before they came into short supply, and that we made sure that the graduations on the side could cope with a 0.3 or a 0.5 ml administration, because you can get some that just go 0.5, my lady, and that would be guesswork then for the 0.3. So there was a lot of work went into consumables, but in terms of fill and finish, that is really what I suppose in common parlance we would call the kind of canning and bottling bit of vaccine manufacture. And for that you need a line that has able to move at very high speed and fill vials. You need all the glass, the medical grade glass that goes with the vials. It is internationally in very short supply. And so, yes, that is often the bottleneck for any vaccine manufacturer.
And you were intimately concerned, in fact, with trying to release that bottleneck in the course of the pandemic. Yep. So to summarise and to draw those threads together, Professor, do you advocate for a cadre, as you've described it, a national vaccine committee or cohort, not necessarily a statutory agency, to be concerned with everything to do with vaccines, from surveillance to research and development to procurement to the point, in fact, of national delivery, in order to be able to replicate what the VTF did, but also to give them a wider reach in terms of surveillance and research and development?
No, I really don't want to go as wide as surveillance, which is done very well and by the UKHSA, and really to the envy of many people across Europe and the world.
Right.
So
not surveillance.
I think it's about understanding the cadre of people that you are going to bring in if there is a need to move at real speed in this area.
Right. So, to a very large extent, reflective of what was or what became the Vaccine Task Force.
Yes.
Thank you. Secondly, do you call for further research and development in relation to vaccine technology, but particularly to try to see whether it's possible to identify a generic or a prototype vaccine that can be tailored towards the particular pathogenic outbreak?
So I think that's a very, very deep question, because vaccine development is so expensive. You can't take every potential human pathogen on the planet and necessarily have the resources to make a vaccine prototype, but you can do things such as the UK government has done very recently. I'm not close to the details, only what's been released in the public domain, but with the continued advance of H5N1, for example, in dairy herds in the UK, in the US, the UK, I gather, has made a decision to procure in advance for stockpiling several million doses of H5N1 vaccine. That is the kind of measured, proportionate step commensurate with changing risk that the US BARDA organisation has been doing for years and years. And it is something that we could do, but I want to be clear, I have great admiration for a senior military officer who said to me, the public need to understand that freedom is not free. And in the same way, vaccine pandemic preparedness is not free. It is very expensive.
That's very clear, thank you. And then thirdly, finally, based on what you've said, you call for a resilient onshore vaccine and antibody manufacturing capability.
Vaccines.
Thank you. Could we now address, please, some of the discrete issues, and only some of them, which were considered by yourself and the Office of the Chief Medical Officer during the course of the pandemic? The dosage interval was an issue on which you were asked to advise. You wrote, along with Antonia Williams of the DHSE, to the MHRA on the 22nd of December 2020, pointing out that, of course, the new, I think it was the Alpha strain, had arisen and was becoming dominant. Covid-19 was on the increase. You asked the MHRA expert working group, because it had a number of working groups, and also the Committee for Human Medicines, to provide a steer as to whether or not the interval between dose 1 and dose 2 could be extended. Briefly, what would be the prospective advantage of extending the interval?
On theoretical grounds, if you give one dose of vaccine time to mature in the human immune system, it's going to respond better to the second dose. There was some very persuasive early data from the Siren study showing that in healthcare workers, those who had the longest interval between doses had the highest protection against infection. And so I say that in a theoretical world where, for example, if February now and January now, if we could predict there was going to be a pandemic in 2026 and we could make the vaccine now and we could offer vaccine to the UK population in advance of that, my vote would be for an interval between the doses of at least 3 months. So that was the kind of theoretical basis for it. The hard-nosed reality at the time was that although we had very substantial contracts for vaccine futures, if that's the right word,
supply was still tight.
The rate at which it was coming through was not high to begin with, and we were faced with a difficult choice of whether to fully vaccinate a smaller number of people or to first dose very many more. And you know, it was controversial. I remember the fan mail, if that's the right word, in my inbox at the time from public and the medical community about this.
And I want to be clear, there were people all around the world who said, well, why are you doing this? But you were right, were you not? Because the degree of protection given by the first dose, if prioritised, allowed a larger number of people.
Yeah. We didn't do this. We didn't do this in a vacuum in terms of, you know, let's just guess that the protection from the first dose was this much. We actually had a bit of data coming through on that, and the modelers helped us with it. And I believe in the fullness of time, the World Health Organization, which had been in opposition to our position, came round and agreed it was the right thing to do.
And your colleague, Sir Chris Whitty, together with the other UK CMOs, all wrote a letter of advice on the 30th of December on this issue of the dosing schedule. And I'm going to summarise it, if I may, Professor. I hope you'll forgive me in this phrase. It's better to give 2 grandparents 89% protection than to give one 95% protection and the other one none at all.
Did I say that?
You did.
Yes.
And you said it in the Daily Mail on the 3rd of January, so I'm presuming that is a correct summation.
Well, I wouldn't have put it in the Daily Mail, those figures, unless I'd actually substantiated them with data. So, yeah.
And another deeply contentious issue was the issue of vaccination as a condition of deployment.
Yes.
Which is the policy by which one may mandate that if one is to be deployed in a patient-facing role, for example, then one must be vaccinated. You were very closely connected to the debate in February and March 2020 as to whether or not the coronavirus bill, which was then passing through Parliament, should include a mandatory vaccination provision for both COVID and flu. Is that correct? Did that come to pass? Was there a provision made in the Act for mandatory vaccination for COVID and flu?
I can't remember, to be truthful.
Will you take it from me that there wasn't?
I think it was withdrawn.
You wrote on the
And I
5th of
think-
March saying, I think we can let this one drop.
Yeah, right.
So I think not.
Yeah.
Right.
I think where I felt I'd got a contribution to make was that I had been studying academically influenza vaccination in healthcare workers for many years, and indeed had advised the WHO prior to being DCMO on this subject. And I was kind of very clear on where the evidence was, but also where the evidence ended in terms of mainly the US, mainly hospitals, and the mandation as a condition of employment in various private hospitals in the US. And I understood where that had been studied and what the data readout was. And I felt that was important, that that was on the table for ministers to understand as part of what was absolutely their decision.
It was a political decision, in truth.
Absolutely.
You were sent a copy of a paper that had been prepared for the committee, which my lady will remember well, Covid-0, which was then in play. This was in June 2021. And the paper discussed what the levels of coverage might be, whether or not VCOD would lift the uptake of vaccination, but also the degree of opposition and also the risk that members of staff in the care sector might give up their jobs. And on the 26th of June, could we have this, please? 000153996, page 1. You sent an email which refers indeed to the work that you've done on the flu issue for the World Health Organization prior to 2017. But at paragraph 1, you said there is essentially no evidence base for the effect of COVID vaccination of healthcare workers on the protection of patients and residents. But there is plenty of evidence that nosocomial COVID-19 is a problem in healthcare and residential care.
Yes.
Could you just elaborate on that?
Yes.
Because from a layman's perspective,
Yeah.
it would seem self-evident that if you vaccinate carers in a care home, you will reduce the risk that their
Yes.
cares, the residents, become infected.
So I'm glad you've asked me this question, because this is typical epidemiology medic speak.
Thank you. Right.
When I say there is essentially no evidence base for the effect of COVID vaccination of healthcare workers on the protection of residents, it doesn't mean that vaccinating healthcare workers doesn't protect residents. It means that no one studied it, and therefore no one has generated the evidence by which I can say there is proof that it will prevent infection. It is a perfectly reasonable supposition, as Sir Chris said this morning, that actually if you're not infected with COVID because you're being prevented from being infected with it by some means, including vaccination, then you can't pass it on to anybody because you don't have it. So yes, it's common sense, but this is written in a very specific medical way. And I'm worrying now that it was misinterpreted by others at the time, but there is no evidence base for it.
Well, you made it absolutely plain what you meant, so that's very helpful, Professor. And indeed, the government took a view as to, well, it decided to implement a policy of VCOD in registered care homes on the basis that mandatory vaccination of care home workers would reduce transmission and would protect residents more. The issue then became, to what extent would there be opposition? To what extent would people walk away from the care sector because they didn't wish to be subject to mandatory vaccination?
Well, indeed, in all of the issues that Sir Chris very eloquently laid out this morning.
All those issues, indeed. Another topic, please, in relation to safety. In September 2020, part of the clinical trials, and I can't recollect which phase of the trials it was, but part of the clinical trials in relation to the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine was paused because of safety signals coming to light, emerging, concerning the possibility of a condition known as transverse myelitis, which I think is to do with the inflammation of the spinal cord. Could we have, please, 000152797, dated 11th September 2020? Obviously, the question of authorization was absolutely for the MHRA, and the question of prioritization was for the JCVI. But as you said earlier, the Office of the Chief Medical Officer plays a very important part in being made privy to information and expressing its views and giving advice. And you say, having been told that a review of safety information had been conducted and the independent data safety monitoring board set up by Oxford for the trial had met and recommended vaccination could resume, you said this: "Thank you for the update. Participant safety and indeed the safety of any vaccine are of paramount importance, and I thank the MHRA for its independent oversight." Yep. So a nod to the independence of the MHRA again. In your position as the Deputy Chief Medical Officer, are you aware of any instance in relation to any of the COVID-19 UK vaccines where safety was not regarded as being of paramount importance?
No. With vaccines, you are offering a medical intervention to someone who is generally perfectly healthy. That is a bit different to somebody who is offered a medical intervention who is at death's door because they're so ill with a particular illness. And so the risk-benefit in terms of the acceptability of safety is even higher stacked in terms of safety when you're intervening in a perfectly healthy patient. So I think what I said there is true, that safety is absolutely was paramount. What was going through my head, of course, when we got this signal, was separate to the MHRA's independent judgment about what should then happen in terms of whether the trial proceeds. But at the back of my mind is the thought that if that independent judgment is that this vaccine goes down at this point, then not me personally, but the VTF, we've just lost one of our spread bets here. And, less important than the betting is the fact that our anticipated downstream supply of, shall we say, 20 or 40 million doses, I'm making the figures up, but whatever it was, that's just gone. And we've got to compensate for that somewhere else in our other contracts.
But in the second paragraph, you make absolutely plain that the practical consequences in terms of access to vaccines was secondary to the independence of the safety review.
Yes.
Right. And over the page 2, do you refer to a number of the other steps that were taken, the bodies that are concerned in the safety process? You refer to the manufacturer's own data safety monitoring board.
Yes.
That's comprised by, it comprises independent external individuals. Yep. Who comprise a board which gives advice to the manufacturer. But also the CHM, is that the Commission on Human Medicines?
Yes.
Is that an independent advisory body that gives advice to ministers alongside the MHRA?
It advises the MHRA.
It advises the MHRA. And also a reference to international regulators. Do you see halfway down the page?
Yeah.
We're not aware of imminent decisions by other regulators.
No.
In truth, the safety field is extremely well populated by bodies, individuals, regulators in this country and abroad,
yes,
all focused on safety, monitoring safety, and on analysing emerging safety signals.
Yeah. And the point about international regulators is that all of these vaccine manufacturers are manufacturing for the world as much as they possibly can. subject to affordability, of course, but they are intending that there is a global distribution. And the UK is now, particularly after having left the European Union, is a very small market if in the eyes of vaccine manufacturers now. And there's no more important regulator to us than the MHRA, but actually, if you look at the FDA and the EMA, in terms of the population bases they serve, they're massively larger. So there is also this tension, if you're a vaccine manufacturer, about which regulators are interested in whatever's going on in your trial.
But it's obviously of assistance to the UK regulator, the independent MHRA, to see what other fellow and similar regulators are doing in Europe and America.
Indeed.
And they know all the time what they are doing, do they not?
Well, there's more of a separation now that we've left the European Union, but of course there was none at all when the MHRA was basically one of the members of the EMA.
Was that because we were party to the EU's ultravigilance system
Yes.
for safety signals?
Yes, and our regulator, made a very major contribution to European regulation.
Since the end of the transition period, 11 p.m. on the 31st of December 2021, do you assess that we are we're in a less good position in terms of understanding the data available to
Mine's a lay assessment, and I think you need to ask that question of Dame June and
will.
other professional regulators.
I want you to look at a particular document, please, dated the 8th of December 2020, 000153551. Professor, this is a document published on the 8th of December 2020 online, and it deals with the safety and efficacy of the chimpanzee adenoviral Oxford 1 vaccine, that is, the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, AZD1222, against SARS, so coronavirus, an interim analysis of 4 randomized controlled trials.
Yeah.
So 2 points, please. One, the AstraZeneca vaccine was trialled not just in the United Kingdom, but trialled in Brazil and South Africa.
Correct.
With different participants, different ethnic and racial mix.
Very much so.
And indeed, in South Africa, the figures for black African participation as opposed to white British were, of course, massively in favour of the former.
Yes.
The second point, though, is looking at this sort of document, were these documents giving facts, figures, detail of the safety processes and the trials very much in the public domain?
Once a once a paper is published in something like the Lancet, and this is the Lancet, I believe, if it's under an open access license, the very bottom line, CC by 4.0, then it's a gold access open article. Literally any citizen on the planet with access to the internet can open and download this for free.
Right. And just if we could just be good enough to scroll through rapidly the 13 pages constituting this article, we can see that it is the detail and the scientific knowledge that is imparted by this article is at a very high level, isn't it? It's extremely detailed, it's extremely learned, and it would appear to hold nothing back.
And yet it would be a very small document compared to the actual regulatory submission that the manufacturer will have put in to the regulatory bodies, including the MHRA.
This is a précis. Massive documentation.
This is a précis, yeah.
All right. This is just a single public article. Yeah. All right. In 2021, just before Easter, on the 14th of March, the UK bodies, the MHRA, the JCVI, yourself, DHSC, were alerted to an issue of whether or not the AstraZeneca vaccine was causing what's known as thromboembolic events, so blood clotting, and also associated in some cases with low platelet levels. I'm not going to ask you questions about the extreme rarity of the event and how rare it was at that stage as well. But an issue arose about whether or not, having been alerted, the MHRA and the JCVI should put out into the public domain their advice and a concluded position before the Easter bank holiday weekend. Do you recall? And the JCVI met repeatedly, the MHRA met repeatedly, and you gave a press conference, I think.
On the 7th of April.
On the 7th of April. You also attended a JCVI meeting on the 4th of May. Do you assess that although the final determined position by the MHRA and the JCVI was not formally put into the public domain until after Easter, that there was nevertheless a very significant amount of information about this thromboembolic event put into the public domain before the weekend?
I think there was information in the public domain before the weekend, and I don't think people did nothing. Well, I absolutely recall that people didn't do nothing over the Easter weekend and kind of down tools and say, look, it's kind of Good Friday, we can't do any more, and we'll knock this on the head until next week. It wasn't like that at all. It was the fact that this was going to be an extremely complex piece of messaging, that if it had gone wrong in some way, it would have undermined confidence in the whole of the UK vaccine programme, and therefore it was really important that there was time to properly assemble the right messages, factual, truthful, but correctly worded, and that enough organisations who would essentially kind of pick up the tab for this after the announcement understood how to respond and were not on the back foot.
So if the information had been put into the public domain hurriedly or in a way that caused the horses to shy and the vaccination programme to halt or to be damaged, Covid-19 would carry on killing people.
It could have
and that
been,
would be an unacceptable risk.
Yes, I don't know what the death rate per day was at that point, but it wasn't.
But
nice.
it was obviously significant.
And the other point is that the data by then were beginning to suggest, and it wasn't my job to adjudicate on this, it was the job of the JCVI and the MHRA, but the data were beginning to suggest that this was an age-related signal. And I recall that the eligible cohorts at the Easter weekend were over the age of 50 at that point. We hadn't gone down into those younger cohorts that would have been affected by any change in advice.
And in respect of whom there might be a difference in the extreme or very rarity
exactly
of a thromboembolic event.
The advice to use from JCVI and MHRA in terms of, particularly JCVI, in terms of vaccines that are suitable for the over 50s, which was where we were at on the Easter weekend, didn't change because of this. So we weren't at that really difficult point, and it could have been a lot more difficult if we had actually been in those lower age cohorts at the time when this signal emerged. So, that was just fortuitous.
The JCVI, which obviously was due to give its advice on whether or not the AstraZeneca vaccine should continue to be offered,
yes,
was obviously doing so in the context of realising that it was in fact the higher priority cohorts who were in the currency of being offered that vaccine, not very much younger people.
Yeah.
But they said that with substantial discomfort, they'd come to the decision not to release, because they didn't want to jump the gun and get it wrong, an independent public statement.
Yeah.
And in a letter, I don't think we'll bring it up because I'm not sure it's on the list, but there's a letter from Mr. Hancock to Professor Lim of JCVI on the 2nd of April, 416158. And Mr. Hancock says, obviously individuals should be fully informed of the benefits and risks in a timely manner. But the letter refers to even if the fact that even if the JCVI doesn't issue a full statement then and there, the MHRA had updated its weekly yellow card reporting. There were also published weekly reports referring to the possibility of thromboembolic events very rarely, and letters had already been sent to all NHS medical directors and all primary care networks. So even if the JCVI had not issued a formal press statement, had the information about the occurrence of these events nevertheless been disseminated across a very wide scale already?
I think it was handled as expeditiously as it could have been in a safe and controlled way.
The mRNA vaccines,
Yes.
so Moderna and Pfizer-BioNTech, it's well known, very rarely indeed, can have the side effect of causing myo and pericarditis. But importantly, they can also be caused by COVID-19.
Yes.
In April 21, news emerged in Israel of a small number of young men reporting cases of myocarditis. What did you do to try to get as much information about what was going on in Israel as possible?
So I recall that I had a contact in the British Embassy in Israel. I think it was Karen Shirkin, I can't quite remember, and that I asked her for a rapid introduction to the scientific authorities in Israel for a bit of feedback on this. And I think I also contacted, probably it was Phil Bryan at the time, at the MHRA, and said, look, I've just heard this, what have you heard? Are we awake to this? But you might need to remind me through some exhibits.
But you emailed, I think, a number of your contacts and tried to get as much contact as information as you could. And was this the position that the MHRA had already, of course, convened to look at it, as had its expert working group,
Yes.
as had the Commission on Human Medicine? And the figures showed, at least at the 12th of May, 16 reports of pericarditis and 19 of myocarditis for Pfizer. What was the context? How many, very roughly, how many doses had been given worldwide by that stage?
I just can't give you a proper answer to that, but my hazard is millions by that point. One of the things about safety signals with vaccines is that they're a bit like fog on the motorway, that you can be driving along and it looks a bit misty, but you don't yet call it foggy. You call it misty. But your passenger might well say, oh, it's a bit foggy. And there's another decision about when the fog lights go on your car and so forth. In other words, what I'm saying is that these things emerge very gradually as the numbers build up. And you have to decide when it's a signal and when it's not. And you have to also decide if the signal is likely causative or not. And that is such complex stuff. It is best left to people who do this for a living, which is the professional regulators and their pharmacovigilance arms. So my view was, make sure everyone's alert to this and then just leave it to the experts to work it through.
And did you ever see any attention falling short of the utmost importance being paid to the issue of safety signals and their investigation?
No, because I wouldn't have let it drop.
And would you say the same, in fact, in relation to the EU regulator, the EMA, of course, from whom you heard regularly, as well as, of course, the FDA in America?
Yeah.
It was taken incredibly seriously.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much experience of the FDA, but I've worked with officers from the EMA over the years, and I have the highest regard for them, particularly in the vaccine sector.
And finally, I would like to ask you some questions, please, about therapeutics, and in particular, Evusheld. If it proves not to be possible to identify, develop and manufacture a vaccine, or if there is a vaccine, people are unable to take it, or if they do take it, unable to benefit significantly from it. In such scenarios, is it vital to have an alternative medicine available?
The very short answer to your question is yes, but I would, my lady, if it's possible, like to really try and elucidate for the inquiry the relationship between vaccines and therapeutics, because I don't think that's necessarily come across clearly enough. So at the start of a pandemic, when you have a new pathogen and you have nothing to throw at it other than public health measures, vaccines and therapeutics are both equally important, because you do not know which will succeed, and you already know that the likelihood in 2020 of getting a vaccine was relatively low. And so you have to go after both immediately. As our pandemic in 2020 evolved, by quite early in 2021, we were already steaming away with the vaccine programme, and it was becoming self-evident, let alone via the UKHSA surveillance, that vaccines were really turning the handle on this and making a material difference. And at that point, therapeutics do become less important on a population basis, still incredibly important for people who fall through the net with serious illness and require some form of rescue. Now, into that space come the antiviral medicines, and we, of course, have deployed molnupiravir, and think we've deployed Paxlovid as well as specific antivirals.
Is that the combination?
That's the combination for
of monoclonal antibodies.
Yes. But to your point, to your wider point about phase 1 and phase 2 development, both of those medicines didn't come through those programs. They came direct from manufacturers who had it themselves or in-licensed it themselves and wanted to pursue it through their own kind of clinical trials development. But actually, when we, for example, evaluated molnupiravir in the panoramic study, which I know you've talked about, a platform study across primary care, we found that molnupiravir in a fully vaccinated population did not reduce the likelihood of hospitalisation by any significant amount. That's in very stark contrast to the manufacturer's phase 3 results, which showed a 30% reduction in hospitalisation, but that was in an unvaccinated population. And so I think that illustrates how, if the vaccine is doing the heavy lifting in a population, there is a changed emphasis on antivirals. Now, just to go on for one more second,
please,
on the therapeutic antibodies, there are two ways you can use those. One is in a patient who is already unwell and because of their immune state requires a bit of extra support, and indeed those antibodies have been used by the NHS for high-risk patients. The second way is, of course, to administer the antivirals as a prophylaxis that will last a finite but not indefinite period of time, that will need to be re-administered. And whenever you, in an individual patient, make a decision to stop using those antibodies, that patient is returned to a state of full susceptibility to the virus, unless they've acquired infection along the way and unless they've also been vaccinated. And to Sir Chris's point, our estimation of the number of people who would not be helped by vaccine has dropped very, very substantially now, as we've seen that even people who don't respond to a standard 2-dose prime do respond to successive doses and have important T-cell protection and so forth. So I feel it's been presented as a bit binary, that either you can benefit from the vaccine or if you're immunosuppressed you can't. It isn't like that. There are a great many patients with a degree of immune compromise who, in my view now, have benefited very substantially from vaccine, particularly as they're called twice yearly at the moment by the JCVI for boosters. So that's the kind of complex interaction between the two. And I hope it explains to an extent to the inquiry the emphasis on different, on the acquisition of different products at different stages of the pandemic.
And does it follow, Professor, that is it your position, therefore, that there was no strategic, inappropriate prioritization of vaccines in 2020 over the pursuit of therapeutics, particularly bearing in mind that throughout 2020 there was a focus on the reprioritization of already authorized drugs, which led to dexamethasone.
Yes.
And in 2021, the development, manufacture, authorization, and then making available of molnupiravir and Paxlovid in particular.
Yes, along with some monoclonals.
Along with some monoclonals.
Yes.
And does this second proposition also therefore follow? Is it your view that there was a lacuna, whether prophylactically or by way of treatment following infection, for the immunocompromised? A gap, they were essentially left hanging, or is it your view that to a very large extent everything that was done reasonably was done in terms of trying to procure therapeutics?
I think history speaks for itself that those immunosuppressed patients can access treatment, whereas those of us who don't have those kind of conditions can't. So yes, I think so. I think the notion that was laid out before Sir Chris this morning, that what we said in February 2021 about Evusheld was a kind of permanent no. That certainly wasn't the case. It was a no, not now, and not in these quantities. We didn't have any clinical trials results. The MHRA approval was later. The vaccine programme was moving at real pace. We don't have a virus that is obviously winter seasonal in the same way that influenza is, and so timing of administration would have been very tricky indeed. We also had a promised very short shelf life for any bulk manufacture, and with hindsight, we also discovered that there was going to be a potential resistance problem with the Omicron variant, though we did not know that at the time of writing the letter.
And is that reference, I'm sorry to interrupt, that reference to Omicron is a reference, is it, to the fact that at the end of the process, so by 2021, when there was an issue about, and into 22, whether by way of treatment, whether prophylactically Evusheld shall be offered to people who were infected. Omicron had changed the game, it changed the rules, because such clinical data as there was made plain that it was less effective against this variant. And secondly, I think the point would be put to you on behalf of the immunosuppressed. Well, look, great risks were taken in relation to vaccines. Great advanced purchase at massive cost at risk before one knew with any degree of certainty whether they would work, and certainly in advance of the majority of the clinical data becoming available. Ultimately, Evusheld was put through the rapid C19 committee process, and a decision had to be taken as to whether it was appropriate to decide to proceed with it and buy in large amounts. Why wasn't Evusheld given the same crack of the whip, the same degree of at-risk purchasing that the vaccines were?
Because it was moving at so much slower a pace. And it's, at the time at which enough data surfaced to understand what it would do, we were in a completely different phase of the pandemic by then.
Because the vaccination programme was essentially complete, because the population had thereby been immunised, and therefore transmission was lower, and it was a different ballgame.
Yeah, and indeed, many of the immunosuppressed population all of them pretty much, would have been vaccinated, and a substantial majority we now have understood will have some degree of protection from the vaccine programme and how it is applied to them.
Thank you. My lady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keith. Ms Morris.
My lady. Professor Van-Tam, good afternoon. My questions are on behalf of the COVID adverse reaction and bereaved groups. And my questions are going to focus on public health communications about risk. You've touched on one example of that with Mr. Keith a moment ago, the Easter pronouncements. But I'm going to ask you in general terms, please. You said in your statement that no vaccines are without risk. So the question when offering clinical advice to the public is whether the benefits exceed the risks.
Yes.
And you said in your statement that you consider that the Chief Medical Officer's Office contributions to public messaging about vaccines adequately reflected both the risks and the benefits of vaccination.
Yes.
So my question is, would you agree that enabling an individual to make an informed decision requires providing more than just a general statement that the benefits outweigh the risk, but also specific information about those risks to allow them to make an informed, independent assessment of whether the vaccine is something that they want to undertake?
Yeah. So I want to be clear that the assessment of risk benefit itself was done by the JCVI, not the UK Chief Medical Officers.
Understood.
It was our job to communicate it. I think there were a multitude of sources available to explain what the potential adverse events were. That communication is generally in the domain of the UK Health Security Agency, but I think we did our very best to be fair and realistic about that. And indeed, at vaccination sessions, I would say pretty much every patient I saw was given a patient information leaflet at the time of vaccination by either the vaccinator or the clerk helping the vaccinator in the booth. So I think there was a very substantial amount of opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you. Well, the inquiry may hear more evidence about patient information leaflets throughout the evidence, but you say further that in your statement that relative risks can themselves be misleading when communicated to non-experts if the effect of the size is very rare. And you said as well that that doesn't mean that you shouldn't use such statistics, but they should be put into context and therefore reducing the risk of harming public confidence in a vaccine and therefore reducing the risk of vaccine hesitancy. So it seems to be you're sort of talking about sort of the way that information is packaged and put forward in public messaging. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I don't think I want to, unless my lady you want me to go through again relative and absolute risk. I think that was very well taught this morning. I think the things you talk about are important, but I think they were very well handled.
My next question is, do you believe the messaging that you reference sufficiently empowered individuals to understand those risks in detail rather than relying on sort of general and consistent pronouncements that the benefits outweighed the risks?
So I'm a great believer in doctors treating their patients as if they were their relatives, their loved ones, because I think that way you get the very best out of doctors. And my doctors quite often get asked, well, what would you do if I were your relative? Because I think that's you hit the nail on the head there. I have been very public in communicating with the public that I told my mother that she was to have her coat on and to be ready for the first available vaccine slot that I could get her, wherever it was in the UK. As it happened, it was where she lived, but I think that's important. And I think we know from influenza vaccination that the strongest advocate of vaccination, the strongest advocate of helping a patient to understand risk and benefit is for a practitioner to say whether they themselves have been vaccinated. And we know that is very effective in terms of flu vaccine uptake. And so, that's the most important. They're the most important communication facets.
Thank you, Maidi. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Ms Morris. Ms Mitchell, who's that way?
I appear as instructed by Amar Anwar Company on behalf of the Scottish COVID bereaved. Earlier in your evidence, you mentioned controversial decisions, and it's on the issue of difficult decisions to be made during a pandemic that I'd like to ask you about. The inquiry heard last week about the MEAG, the Moral and Ethical Advisory Group, which was closed in October 22. The Scottish COVID bereaved suggests that a body be set up to deal with medical ethical issues, which could provide advice, for example, as what to do in a pandemic when demand for vaccinations outstrips supply, if that ever comes to pass. Is this an issue that might helpfully and workably be considered by such a body? And if so, do you think that the CMOs of each country should be part of that body?
So, first of all, the idea of ethical decisions in medicine and public health practice is definitely not new. And MEAG, to which you refer, was, as far as I understand it, and I didn't follow that committee greatly, an evolution from CAPI, which was the Committee on Ethical Aspects of Pandemic Influenza, which I remember being set up to consider ethical issues in relation to a pandemic, particularly, well, obviously a flu pandemic, but around potentially the use of very scarce resources, such as the intensive care unit, were they to be overwhelmed. Now, we never got into a position, a scenario described, of running out of vaccines, but I imagine that we would have put that back to JCVI, saying that we can't deliver what you recommend, what do we do about it? And I imagine that there would have been a discussion with MEAG at the time. So, yes, I think ethics is very important in these big public health crises, but I think the question you're asking about should such a body exist in a kind of standing way is probably one that ought to be addressed to the Department of Health and Social Care, or even to the Cabinet Office, rather than me as the DCMO, as was.
Do you... just one final question on the point of who might be involved in that body. Do you think it would be helpful if a CMO or deputy CMO would be part of that process?
I think the expert groups need to have the right constitution of experts and lay people on them. I think there's a point about a DCMO or a CMO being present as an observer, in the same way that I was privileged to be an observer at JCVI meetings whenever I could manage it, which was most of the time. But CMOs and DCMOs in a pandemic crisis are pulled 1,000 ways each time of day, and I don't want to give you a dishonest answer that I could necessarily have prioritised those meetings had I been invited.
Thank you.
My lady, it may assist if I simply observe that, very briefly, that in the 3 witness statements of Clara Swinson from the DHS, the Department of Health and Social Care, there are references to the role of MEAG. It reported on age mortality issues, the vulnerability of those who work in frontline occupations, VCOD, uptake amongst minority communities, younger adults, wastage, passport certification, and a host of other issues. And there's a witness statement from the chair, the co-chair of MEAG, Sir Jonathan Robert Montgomery, in the written material.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keith. Professor, thank you so much for your help, all that you did obviously during the pandemic and the help that you've provided to the inquiry. I hope that you don't go near Whitehall soon when you referred to the joy of leaving Whitehall. So thank you very much for everything you've done. I think the stenographer
probably
deserves a break. So if Dame Jenny Harries will forgive me, we'll take a break now and I shall return at 4 o'clock.
All rise.
I'm sorry we've kept you waiting so long, Professor Harries. As you probably heard, we've had quite an intensive day.
Thank you. Could the witness be sworn? Thank you.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Could you give the inquiry your full name, please?
Jennifer Margaret Harries.
You are Professor Dame Jenny Harries. I will refer to you as Professor Harries, if that's okay. Thank you very much for attending today to assist the inquiry. You have kindly provided witness statements and oral evidence to the inquiry previously. In fact, you've given evidence in all three previous modules of this inquiry. In terms of Module 4, you have provided two witness statements. The first is INQ 492334. That is the corporate statement on behalf of the UK Health Security Agency, or UKHSA. And the second is INQ 474715. That's a short supplementary statement, again, provided by you on behalf of the UKHSA. Is that right?
Yes.
Are those statements true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you. As I say, you've given evidence to the inquiry before, so I can deal with your illustrious professional background rather briefly. But you are the Chief Executive Officer of the UKHSA.
That's correct.
Prior to taking on that role, you were one of the Deputy Chief Medical Officers for England from the 15th of July 2019 to the 31st of March 2021.
Yes.
Before your appointment as DCMO, you were Regional Director for the South of England within Public Health England from 2013 to 2019. Alongside that, you were Interim Deputy National Medical Director for PHE from 2016 to 2017.
Yes.
And from April 2017 until you commenced the DCMO role, you also formally held the Strategic Incident Deputy Medical Director role at PHE.
That's correct.
And in terms of your training, your background is as a clinical doctor with specialist training in public health medicine.
Yes.
Could we start, please, by just establishing some things about the UKHSA? It is an executive agency of the Department for Health and Social Care. And is it right that it became fully operational from the 1st of October 2021?
That's correct.
Its role is to protect the public not only from infectious diseases, but also from external hazards such as chemical, radiological, nuclear and environmental threats.
That's correct.
You explained that UKHSA brings together expertise from several predecessor organisations, and those include PHE and the Vaccine Task Force, or VTF.
Yes, and the Joint Biosecurity Centre as well.
Your witness statement addresses the work of the VTF. The work of PHE is addressed by your colleague, Dr. Mary Ramsey, from whom we'll be hearing later in this module. But is it right that you will be addressing the lessons for the future section of Dr. Ramsey's witness statement?
That's correct. And if I could just step back to the VTF, we, as UKHSA, we only absorbed a small component of that, so it wasn't the whole of the previous functioning VTF.
And we'll look at that in some more detail as well, but that's an important clarification. Thank you. Your main Module 4 statement helpfully sets out a narrative of events in terms of the work of the VTF, and there's no need for us to rehearse all of that evidence. Instead, although it is very valuable to the inquiry, but the focus of my questions today will be in two parts. First, on some discrete issues relevant to vaccines and therapeutics, including some advice you gave as DCMO during the pandemic, and also on lessons learned and recommendations in terms of what can be drawn from the work of the VTF looking ahead to the next pandemic. So can we start, please, with the topic of vaccination as a condition of deployment, or VCOD. And in February 2021, in your role as DCMO, you were asked for your view on DHSC advice about making vaccination a condition of deployment in care homes. We can see the relevant email at INQ 153737. And this is an email from you on the issue of VCOD, 15th of February 2021. I think there was an attachment earlier on in the email setting out some sort of DHSC policy position, and this is you expressing your view. You say at the top of that page, I've been quite outspoken on the attached. I am hugely supportive of getting care homes protected, but I have seen no evidence to suggest that this policy is going to result in more benefit than harm. My personal gut feeling, agreed not a scientific parameter, is that it is hugely risky with the workforce we are dealing with in areas with the most deprivation and likely issues with attracting staff. And you go on to set out your views. And the last bullet point of that email, on that page, you say, of most significance is my concern on potential racial antagonism when such a large proportion of the workforce in critical areas are from minority ethnic backgrounds, and particularly when low rates of uptake are not being addressed in this way in doctors and nurses. And you go on, most of all, I am concerned about the impact on wider vaccine uptake and subsequent health inequalities. If COVID goes well, we could boost vaccine uptake for ethnic minorities in all communities and gain years of life now and in the future. If it goes wrong, we lose children and parents, and the communities spiral down with ever-increasing inequality. Do you think that sufficient consideration was given to the potential impact on health inequalities when it came to implementing VCOD?
So I think the position around inequalities was well understood, and what you don't see behind this is a significant amount of discussion within the Department of Health, and I wouldn't like to suggest this is the only opportunity I had to input. I think there is a point here, which is, and it applies to many things through the pandemic, that there is often a drive or a push or a feel that inevitably one has to respond quickly to something. And what I was trying to flag here was, in the midst of gloom, there was actually a potential long-term opportunity. That if, at a time when people saw vaccines quite rightly as something which was going to pull us out of the pandemic, that would be a positive lever for the future for other vaccination programs to start to reduce inequalities. That's a very difficult position to hold in the middle of the pressures of a pandemic. And so, although you can see that in general I was leaning away from it, if I had a personal view, that was one of many views at the time, and there were many good logical reasons, which I also understood, for why you would want to maximally protect a care home immediately.
You're writing this in February 2021. Here we are, January 2025. In your view, did COVID go well or go wrong in terms of vaccine uptake and subsequent health inequalities?
So the short-term impact of this was that vaccination of care workers rose in the immediate time period. And one of the critical underlying factors here was, at this time, the workforce, I was thinking particularly about London, where 50% or more of the workforce in minority ethnic areas and most of the deprived areas was from minority ethnic workers. They are the bedrock of providing services. So if, as I think one of the opening statements suggested, people had perhaps taken a break rather than been enforced to have it, the whole system would have collapsed, and we would have had then risks to life potentially, because we would not have a workforce for those elderly people needing care. I think from some of the evidence that's been put forward, and it's difficult to estimate this in scientific parameters statistically, but I think what we have seen is it is the trust element behind this which goes. I actually personally think every clinician, every healthcare worker, every frontline support worker, absolutely it's their responsibility to do what they can to protect those that they care for. but I would rather see it introduced in a way which is longer term, sustainable, and based on trust and good information.
Finally, on this, did we get it right, the VCOD, for workers in this situation, or is there anything to be learned in terms of lessons for the future in the next pandemic and how we go about it?
So I think my comments here are a microcosm of what I've seen in more general programmes. So, for example, you're probably aware of the measles outbreak around in Birmingham or Wolverhampton, and I was struck when I was visiting that many of the communities there, it is a long-term trusted relationship. It's not about an occupation or a transactional reaction or an ethnic background. It's about a community and individuals in it, and they need to have those long-term sustained relationships on a non-transactional basis where people understand what is important to the community as well as what we see as important to protect the population.
That can come down. Thank you very much. Next topic is prioritisation decisions of the JCVI and how those decisions are taken, which groups are prioritised. And you may be aware that the core participant group, Covid-19 Families for Justice UK, has raised concerns about whether teachers and perhaps other key workers should have been prioritised for vaccination. And indeed, the inquiry heard moving evidence last week from Helena Rossiter about her son Peter, who was a teacher, and he sadly contracted COVID-19 and passed away in August 2021. In February 2021, the Director of Public Health at Liverpool City Council contacted you about piloting a scheme which prioritised vaccination for teachers, something that would have been outside of the JCVI guidance on prioritisation. It was said that such a pilot would reflect the priority of reopening schools, keep infection rates low in schools, and build confidence among parents and school staff. And we can see your response to that idea at INQ 72914, please. And here we go. This is your email response, 25th of February 2021. Now, you were against such a pilot, and you set out in your email a number of points why. We can see that as we move down. Thank you. You say the rationale for appearing to be unhelpful in your immediate ask is because of the wider implications. And you set out your logic there as follows. The agreed prioritisation of vaccination has been to save lives. Mortality and morbidity rates among school teachers are either lower than or similar to relevant comparator occupational groups. Children themselves rarely get seriously ill. All teachers who are clinically extremely vulnerable should have been vaccinated by now. And you go on to list some further factors there. And you say, at the bottom of this email, please, a bit further down the page, quite apart, in the middle of the page there now, quite apart from this more logical discussion, such a move would inevitably open the floodgates to every other group of workers who may feel they lack confidence in the current pandemic. You give some examples. And all public-facing and essential for our current ability to maintain a relatively normal and probably all meeting a higher number of new social interactions through their workplaces than teachers. So you're talking there about the floodgates being opened. You do go on in the next paragraph to stress that having a really clear and simple rollout programme for the UK has enabled delivery of the vaccine. But you do say, whilst you will know, I am usually hugely in favour of local variations and process adaptations, this is one where I think the outcomes could be different. What did you mean when you said you were usually hugely in favour of local variations and process adaptations?
So, first of all, can I just say I did listen in detail to Mrs. Rossiter's hearing appearance. And so my condolences to her, because she will be very interested, I'm sure, in the logic that went through this. But obviously we are looking, as we've heard, at population health and the delivery of a whole country vaccination programme. The reason I put that is because my background, which you didn't get to, is actually I've spent more time as a Director of Public Health in local communities, and the starting point for where I think is in communities, not in a Whitehall office somewhere. Matt Aston was one of my previous fellow Directors of Public Health, and I would often have Directors of Public Health emailing me to keep in contact, if you like, or if there were queries around why we were doing something or something that had been announced, if they had information, they would come to me. So it's a friendly voice, if you like, a friendly contact in CMO's office. So that's what this means here, and what Matt will know that I understand sometimes you need to use local variation to get the right impact, to reach people, as we've been speaking about, I think, a lot during the inquiry. And so what I was saying was I understood why he might be trying to do something differently, but why, unusually for me, I'm very supportive, in this case, I didn't feel that was the right approach. And quite apart from the overall logic about the epidemiology and the evidence that we had to date, two things. One is it would have been a study and it would have required ethics approval, and I didn't consider the logic would actually have given that, so that would be a no-goer. But actually, there is a very simple point here, which is the rollout of the programme, vaccination programme in the UK, was unprecedentedly quick. And actually stepping across, trying to put in variations, if Matt had gone in one direction and another Director of Public Health in another, very soon what you'd find was the whole of the programme would have been disrupted, and we would have been focusing on small groups with much lower risks of all mortality, rather than covering the whole population very rapidly in a systematic and clinically prioritised way. So again, broadly very supportive of local variation and seeing things from a community side. In this case, I didn't feel it was the right thing to do for the reasons stated.
Is an important lesson for the future here about the clarity and simplicity of the JCVI approach and how effective that was?
Yes, I think we've spoken a lot about communication, and you can never do too much communication, and there will always be a problem with it somewhere. But for something of this size, in trying to protect a whole population, that simplicity, to my mind, was a really important part of the success of the vaccine rollout.
Before we move on to VTF lesson learning, one more email, please, and it's INQ 534168. It's an email chain between Dr. Ramsey and others, including eventually you. And I'll just say this at the outset, that this is a long email chain in relation to information on the NHS website about blood clots, and Dr. Ramsey raising the concern that the information there was inaccurate and misleading, and eventually she brings it to your attention. But there's no suggestion that at any stage you were responsible for updating the advice or were responsible for the fact that it may have been misleading. So you say, or rather, Dr. Ramsey says in the email at the second half of that page, "Dear Jenny, to be aware, I have requested clearance to change NHS website, which is currently out of date, for information on clots," and this is the 2nd of April 2021. So we're now on the eve of that advice from the JCVI changing on the 7th of April. We'd heard about this critical period with Jonathan Van-Tam a little earlier. This was the weekend over which there was some correspondence about how this would be communicated to the public. And Dr. Ramsey says, "Sort of me against DHSC comms, CMO in between, sub going to Secretary of State. Long story, but it was never updated after last MHRA press release because we were waiting for updated advice. Dragged on so long it was then too late. Current content links to out-of-date MHRA story with very bad advice about presenting, implying you have to have 4 days of headache rather than headache starting more than 4 days after vaccine. if we just move down the page, please, we can see that, and sorry, just go back up, please. There we go. We can see that Dr. Ramsey has put an excerpt of the MHRA advice there, and your response at the top of the page, very grateful for update. Given the various arguments that have been elaborated, nothing further to add, but keep me up to date, essentially. Now, that can come down from the screen, thank you. Are there any lessons we can learn from this in terms of ensuring that the public is kept up to date about safety and risk? In particular, looking at that email, it seems like a lot of bodies were involved in signing off advice. You've got NHS Digital, the Secretary of State, DHSC Comms, MHRA, OCMO, all of these people having a say on how this should be coordinated. Were there too many cooks in terms of getting this message out there and making sure it was accurate?
So normally this would flow very smoothly. I don't think there's a problem. I think it's actually important for public safety in this case that there are a lot of cooks. It means, as there are Marys and me and CMO and MHRA, everybody actually trying to keep a focus on what is happening and interrogating information. So I think the fact that there are lots of eyes looking and trying to get it right is important. The critical point here was that, if I remember correctly, there were two elements. One was the actual articulation of the MHRA advice, so whether it had been, and it's surprising how a change of 2 or 3 words will give a different meaning or imply something differently to different people. And I think Dr. Ramsey was quite outspoken in her view of how that had been articulated. So that was one issue, but then it ran in, and there's no suggestion that anybody disagreed that that should be rephrased. It was in the public domain, it wasn't new, it wasn't being kept from the public. The difficulty was in trying to move that at the same time as putting new advice out which built upon it. And I think this was the day before a bank holiday weekend, and I think there's a general consensus from everybody. Advice should go out as quickly as possible. People should always have informed consent. But in order to have properly informed consent, everybody who is part of that conversation needs to have the right evidence and information to enable an individual to have that consent. And so I think from around this time, there was and I could see in the email, which was why I didn't step in actively, there was a discussion going on across the department and with all of the communications experts, professionals and JCVI as to what was the safest and most robust mechanism to get the information out to the public as quickly as possible. And it was agreed by consensus that it would be afterwards. It was simply, there was a risk actually in the public receiving inaccurate information or half of the information and taking action. I think also over this weekend, importantly, the advice that did come out later was going to be for the younger age group, and the people who have been vaccinated over the weekend were those in the 50 or above.
And we heard similar evidence not long ago from Jonathan Van-Tam. Let's move to the vaccine task force, please, and lessons that can be learned in relation to that. On the 1st of October 2022, the VTF's functions transitioned to the UKHSA, the Office for Life Sciences, and DHSC. The VTF's Strategy and Analysis, Commercial and Project Management Office, Supply Management and Supply Readiness functions were transferred to the UKHSA. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, we've heard evidence this morning from Alexandra Jones about the manufacturing perspective in terms of vaccines and preparedness for the future. How much does UKHSA take an interest in that, and are you able to talk to us a little bit about where we are in terms of manufacturing capability?
So I think technically and logically, we do not have a remit to actually look at that. I think we should. And so the interest is very definitely there. And work which we have undertaken as we've started to come out of the COVID pandemic and looking to prepare for the future, is very much based around the 100-day model. So the UKHSA holds the UK Secretariat for the 100-day model, so trying to get diagnostics, therapeutics and vaccines where possible within that 100 days alongside so we're working, if you like, within the UK to try and do the same thing which we are supporting internationally. So when it comes to things like the capacity to deliver vaccines or manufacture or have substrates available for that production, to my mind, those are key components of any work we might do on surveillance to detect new pathogens, on genomics, whether we are looking at what vaccines exist already, how we're working on an international front, because the logic is if you don't have the manufacturing capacity, there's no point having done the stuff up front. So I see this as a whole continuum of which we should be directly involved. So we have done work recently, I probably not to discuss in detail here, around what vaccines and to some broad extent what capacity we have. And I think some of the comments colleagues have written in statements I would tend to agree with, which is we do not have in this country complete coverage, if you like, of all different technologies that we might require. And we certainly don't have a logic, I think, sitting behind it. I suppose from my perspective, the part that's missing is the connectivity within the Department of Health and the Department of Science and Technology, Innovation and Technology, and there is I think, a civil service clunkiness in ensuring that those facilities exist. And if I give an example, because I know it's been a topic of the inquiry, whether or not VMIC is the right thing to be available or should have been sold or whatever, actually the UKHSA wasn't consulted in any way at all. And I think what this underlies is a wider issue about government internally knowing what skills, capabilities it has at its disposal in order to link them effectively in peacetime and be ready to go in a pandemic.
I was going to ask you about that because arguably one of the great benefits of the vaccine task force was it took this global view of the vaccine journey. It was looking at what was available in terms of the market, procurement, manufacturing capability, and it also advised to a certain extent on deployment as well, limited, but it did play a role. It was that whole vaccine journey that it had a look at. And had responsibility for. It sounds like, and it's certainly taken from your statement, that has now been fragmented across departments. Is that something that needs to be fixed?
If I step back, it was very interesting when the part of the vaccine task force that came to UKHSA, and I might say I very voluntarily and actively grabbed them for the reasons which we are talking about. They came into the UKHSA as the COVID vaccine unit, and they came with skills and approach, a way of doing things which we need to capture for the longer term. That doesn't mean what was happening originally was wrong. It's more horses for courses. We want slow, steady business as usual for some programmes, and we need the alacrity of the vaccine task force to be able to go when we need it. What was very interesting was it took me quite a while. I stood back and said, what is it that the vaccine task force has done that makes it different? And try to look from the eyes of those who had, if you like, come over to UKHSA. Many of the things which they cited as part of the vaccine task force, quite rightly from their perspectives, were things which I knew were not part of the vaccine task force. They were existing parts of the system. So, for example, the work which was done at Porton Down was actually PHE laboratories, but it wasn't recognised that that was a scientific site of excellence to start with. The registry, I think, was, and I may be wrong on this one, based on a registry which existed but actually needed hauling into the 21st century. There were surveillance systems and genomic systems that were running. So I think what the Vaccine Task Force did, there were some very specific things. One is it was contextual It did have a very, very clear mandate with a very significant budget and a very active leadership, and those were all good. The thing that really pulled it out was the connectivity with industry, with pharma and biotech. And that is the area which in UKHSA I am trying to replicate, and I can go into some of the ways that we're doing that.
Well, let's look at the relationship with industry through the lens of the cancellation of the Valneva contract. And just some background to this. September 2021, the UK decided to cancel the vaccine supply contract with Valneva. This vaccine was a whole inactivated virus vaccine technology, a well-established technology for developing effective vaccines. It was the only inactivated whole virus candidate in the VTF portfolio. And you will have seen the concerns that have been raised by a number of Module 4's witnesses in relation to the cancellation of that contract. Dame Kate Bingham describes the cancellation as inexplicable and says that it is a hallmark of the adversarial approach that was taken to industry since she left the vaccine task force. She says it sent the worst possible message to any future UK industrial investor or life sciences partner. And Dr. Clive Dix, of course, was the interim chair of the task force after Dame Kate Bingham left, is similarly critical. Now, you were not involved in this decision, but you are the UKHSA corporate witness giving evidence here at this module of the inquiry. What lessons, if any, does the UKHSA draw from the Valneva episode in terms of ensuring positive relationships with industry?
So I might take that in reverse, because it assumes that the relationships with Valneva and with industry are poor now, and I don't think that is the case. So I have read Dame Kate's statement and Clive Dix's, and the assumptions that, we have been working with Valneva directly. The Livingston factory is operational. There are vaccines for working towards chikungunya, but Japanese encephalitis, I think, being developed there. And I think if you look at the statement from the Valneva representative, I don't know if they're speaking in due course, it actually says we would work with HMG in the future. So I think objectively that is not the case, and in fact we have, as UKHSA, have an invitation to go up to Livingston factory this year, and they are part of our forum in the 100-day mission work of working with industry. They're one of our partners. So we should not be too pessimistic. I think that signals there's a very healthy relationship with industry. The issue with the Valneva contract does flag, I think, a tension between some of the issues to do with why the task force was successful, but also why it starts to fall into difficulties when we get into routine business as usual. So if you back, I think we've said we backed lots of horses. There were 7 main contracts. We thought there was a 5 to 10% likelihood of success. Actually, if 7 of them succeed, some of them are likely to be better than others. It is important when JCVI makes its decisions that those decisions are based on using the best vaccines, the most cost-effective vaccines for the population. And unfortunately, despite all of the various stages of growing things and variants and what have you, by the time we got to the critical point, I think Valneva could not deliver against its contract. It had a contract which it had agreed and the task force had agreed. And moreover, the product was not going to be likely under any circumstance in the future, even though it was actually given a conditional authorization to be put forward as a preferred JCVI recommended vaccine. Now, I think to some extent that's inevitable if you have 7 different positive outcomes from trials. And there are 2 things that I think are important. One is, I think there's an implication in many of the statements that people don't realise that it appears that there is a focus on mRNA vaccines. I have stood up at the World Vaccine Congress in Washington and said very clearly we need to understand and keep working on the different technical modalities, because there will be horses for courses, that sometimes some will work, others won't. In this case, I think there was an assumption that those who were perhaps, it was a fairly standard vaccine platform, well used, that those who were immunosuppressed might actually have a better booster result from this. That was not what happened in practice, evidentially, so we couldn't use it from that basis. And at the end of the day, the contract had been agreed. So there was a shared risk with all of these contracts, quite wide risk taken by government. But at some point, government has a responsibility to the taxpayer, and I think that was factored in. But moreover, if the basis was actually to ensure that we onshored that sort of technology, then my view is perhaps it should have been a different sort of contract, because this was a fairly standard contract that needed to be followed through. And at the decision was taken with Minister's approval and with direct approval by the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, with all the factors around employment and Scotland's and the share price changes and everything else absolutely understood. So I think it was a very well considered decision, albeit clearly not one that Valneva would have wished for at the time.
Let's move now, please, to current preparedness. And again, it's only right that I air some of these concerns that have been raised about the state of the UK's preparedness. Dr. Dix expresses the view that the UK is now in a weaker position than it was prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, and that we don't have any resilience. And Sir John Bell, in his words, he says someone needs to get a grip, and presumably it's the UKHSA that is going to be foremost in getting that grip. Is VDEC, the Vaccine Development and Evaluation Centre, an important part of gripping the situation and ensuring there is resilience? And if so, could you tell us about that, please?
It is, but it's all the systems around it as well. And I think, without sounding like I'm on a ticket to the Treasury, it is important to understand the resource which is available. So I think we are getting a grip. It's not just our responsibility either, but the parts that we can do, we are actively tackling within the budget that we have. I mean, our budget now is about 3% of what it was at the time when the Vaccine Task Force was operating and the pandemic was at its heights. So it is a very, very different context that we're working in, but equally we're not trying to respond to a pandemic at the same time. The Vaccine Development and Evaluation Centre is sitting within a whole pathway of work that we're doing. It stems right from the opportunity to contribute to international surveillance. So I noted, for example, Professor Horby's content was suggesting we should be working, for example, with BARDA, the American research. We do. We're contracted with them on an indefinite contract with indefinite quantity. So we are, I think, the only international partner who has that sort of relationship outside the US. We are working with their own data outbreak forecasting centre. We, in the UK, have contributed and are leading key parts of the new UK National Biosecurity Strategy that was published in 23. And so that surveillance data allows us then to feed into and start to predict in the same way that, and contributing directly to WHO work on the R&D, the blueprint for likely pathogens coming up. And we've done some early work, and VDEC is involved with some of this as well, on the priority pathogen family for the UK, if you like, and that includes endemic disease and AMR. And we are developing what we've called a tool, an R&D tool, and we have shared some of that. It's not quite finalised yet, but it is doing exactly what I think many of the contributors to the inquiry have said, which is to look ahead, to develop products against the priority pathogen families, and start to scan where we have vaccines or therapeutics and where there are big gaps. So the Vaccine Development and Evaluation Centre, what that is doing is contributing both to the surveillance, but it is also supporting industry. We do contracted work, but we also start to develop novel ways of looking at things. So, sorry, I've just had I've had a senior moment here. There's a chip mechanism for trying to construct different ways of looking at tissue. So rather than using animal models, looking to see how you can test products and vaccines using different models than previously. So lots of innovation work, and that centre supports trials going right through from preclinical right through to phase 1, 2 and 3, and actually was instrumental in supporting many of the trials from the Vaccine Task Force.
And maybe you can help us with this, please, because UKHSA holds the SRO responsibility for the partnership with Moderna, and this is dealt with in Dr. Ramsey's statement. The aim of that partnership is to have a manufacturing facility that will be capable of scaling up to supply up to 250 million doses of mRNA vaccine per year in the event of a future health emergency. There's also the AstraZeneca investment announced in March 2024, a planned investment of 650 million in the research, development and manufacture of vaccines in the UK. I think the plan is to have a site open in Liverpool. We heard from Alexandra Jones this morning that those two central planks of preparedness and forward-looking planning, neither of them are open yet. They're not operational. Can you help us with how VDEC, if it does, feeds into the work of these investments from industry, and how that may ensure preparedness for the UK?
I don't think we should just see VDEC as doing that. The whole organisation feeds in. So if we know what variants are coming, the VDEC, the centre is expert in looking at, for example, in the neutralisation studies, looking to see whether vaccines stay active against different variants, whether therapeutics are useful. And so it's a whole pathway of genomics, of detecting different pathogens out there, and then looking at them in detail and suggesting working with manufacturers and pharma to understand what the likely future products could be. So the Moderna strategic partnership is really interesting. You say it actually gives us, because the mRNA technology is likely to be a very rapid turnaround, probably more so than many of the previous ones, it means that instead, potentially, once up and running, we can detect earlier. We work with manufacturers, with vaccine companies, and actually turn that round. So, for example, I think it will be possible in the future, instead of trying to work out what the next flu variant is going to be in the winter, to actually be able to manufacture in that time period a much more specific vaccine for the seasonal flu, which will have higher effectiveness and actually deliver it within a very short time period. On the so Moderna has built their site at record speed. It is actually just about due to be open very shortly. It should be operating by the end of August, I think, to be confirmed with them. But one of the exciting things there is that part of that partnership, it's not just about the product, it's about aligning preparedness. So in July last year, we did a tabletop exercise with them that said, if we had this pathogen, how would it pan out in practice? What would happen? And in fact, we'd done an even more superficial one the end of the year before, looking at the new variant of swine flu that arose in Yorkshire. So it's much more than just about producing the vaccine. It's how would we connect? How would a manufacturer get the signal? All the things that the Vaccine Task Force are doing are actually starting to become business as usual. And I think on another company you haven't mentioned, and it's in the public domain, so it's not commercially sensitive, is Securus. So I visited the Securus lab. So there is an advanced purchase agreement there for flu, but also a purchase of the avian flu vaccine. And again, we're working with them, I think on the 28th of next month, to work through how would we do the rapid distribution of that if it was needed? So these are all practical examples of trying to work with industry and embed both emergency preparedness and emergency response into those relationships so they are ready to go when we need them.
Professor Harries, thank you. My lady.
Thank you very much indeed. I don't think there are any questions from call participants for you. Most times we meet, you seem to be having to deal with a new outbreak of a new virus, but this time, sadly, we've got the similar viruses we've had before.
We have.
Anyway, thank you so much for your help, and appreciate the burden we place on organisations like the UKHSA. And so please thank your colleagues and the team that you have there for all the help that they've provided. Thank you very much indeed. Can't promise we won't ask you to help again. Sorry. Very well. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, please.
All rise.